You want? Changed so much. Save me. Okay. I've already pressure for this week already. Oh my god. This is like a. This is not quorum.
I'm glove.
Yeah. Nada. Nada.
We have 11 people, 21 people total.
21,
We need one more.
Did we ever process the Alito resignation?
We need, no, we have 21 without.
We need 12.
I would have 11 times 2.
What's that here?
It's quorum, which is bigger than 21.
The post on Facebook. Thank you.
So 11? No.
11.5.
Yes, if you interpret it as like
You would have to
one,
vote.
yeah.
What?
But whatever it is, we don't have
It's
it.
interpreted as like if the double is more than.
It's like Chuck E. Cheese. What no food company?
Yeah, majority is right, but the plus one.
No, I want to make
Individual.
My place.
Oh,
But search. Yeah.
okay, well,
21.
over to.
I feel. Oh my god, like it.
So Sorky's gonna be academic.
Ask Sorky, how's working?
If you count Zoom,
Come on Zoom,
it's 11.
we're at 20.
21.
Yeah. Gonna be.
We had 12 with Zoom, 11 points.
It's 11 with Zoom.
Well.
So that's the way, is it 50 plus one,
Yeah, cause we can't.
one another
Now we just
person,
need a
or
motion to.
is it just,
Well, yeah, because you.
Oh, wait, no, that's 12. That's 12.
So.
are you sure?
Yeah, if I didn't count myself.
Genius.
Alright, we're fine.
No way, this is how many people. 12, okay. Hey, Storky. All right, we're calling this meeting, I'm calling this meeting to order at 6:39 PM in the Flying A room of the USEN with a very special guest joining us. Let's be, okay, before beginning, we ask students to acknowledge that the lands of the University of California locations were built upon were expropriated and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, namely that of the non-federally recognized Borrego tribe. Our association should aim beyond mere acknowledgement and toward concrete efforts alongside those who continue to fight for the right to be respected as the original stewards of this land. Let's begin with roll call. Senator Chaudhry,
Present.
Gio Simonian,
Presence.
Gutierrez, Carter,
Present.
Hepburn,
Present.
Young, Jones,
Present.
Lucan,
Proxy.
Lee, Manitoba, Malhis, Laiton,
Present.
Ono, present, Reese,
Present.
Shirkin, Sussman,
Present.
Sundarajan, and Toledo, Wang,
Present.
and Wahid.
Present.
Okay, let's move into excuse absences. This will take a while for sure. Oh, no.
Motion to excuse Senator Shurkin for the duration of the meeting due to travel.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Shurkin for the duration of the meeting due to travel. Is there a second? Just morning.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Wayne,
Call the question.
motion to call the question? Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. So
Motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8 PM due to academic obligations.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8 PM due to academic obligations. Is there a second? Wait, look.
Second.
So, there's been a second round of discussion. A little quicker, please. Reese,
Call the question.
questions, we call, just call the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Wait, look.
Motion to excuse Senator Sundarajan for the duration of the meeting due to academic purposes.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Sundarajan for the duration of the meeting due to academic purposes. Is there a second, Wayne?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. John,
Call the question.
questions, we call, just call the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Reese,
Motion to excuse Senator Sussman 7:45 to 9:15 for an academic commitment.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Sussman from 7:45 to 9:15 PM. Why?
For an academic commitment.
For an academic commitment. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
There's been a second. We're down to second. Wayne. Questions, we call, just call the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. John,
Motion to excuse Senator Medikova for academic reasons.
So a motion to excuse Senator Medico for academic reasons. Is there a second? Like,
Second.
there's a second round of discussion. Oh, no.
Is it for the duration of the meeting?
No, for.
Okay. Call question. The question has been called. Any objection, call the question? Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. It's just Manitoba and I don't know who's the second, but. Who was the second? Manitoba did. You're the second, right?
Yeah.
You did Manitoba. Oh shit, sorry, that's right, I'm tripping, okay. Hubbard,
Motion to excuse Senator Wang from 8:20 to 9:40.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Wayne from 8:20 to 9:40 PM. Is there a second? Oh, no, second, there's been a second, we're now in discussion. We're now in discussion. John, question's been called, judging on the question. Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Yes,
Motion to excuse Senator Wadula at 9:30 till the end of the meeting for family reasons.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Wade at 9:30 for the remainder of the meeting for family reasons. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion.
One question.
Questions been called, your judge call the question? Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Please let that be all. Okay, please reflect accordingly. In the roll call, we move into acceptance of proxies. Sussman,
Motion to accept Lila Marakian, as proxy for Senator Lucan.
I'm sorry, how do I pronounce your last name? One
Maroknian,
more time?
Maroknian.
Maroknian.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
You should have nodded your head.
No, like, it's fine. I don't really.
Out of pity, Sussman. There's been a motion to accept Leila Maroknian as proxy for Senator Lucan. Is there a second? Harder.
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Wait, Lua.
Call the question.
Question's been called, your judge call the question?
Consent.
Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. That's it, right? For this. So we move into public forum. If our special guest would like to speak at public forum, you can.
Kind of awkward.
Can I film this while filming? Okay, we move into public forum. Do we have anyone present for public forum? Thorky, would you like to speak first? So you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation under senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Sorry, I'm nervous. Please include a constant warning if you'll be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose not to answer any questions. Do you agree? Okay, floor is yours.
Their name is Storky. They use they them pronouns. And they were born in the creative media unit. And they would like to say hi to everyone. They are the official Associated Students mascot. And they just wanted to let everyone know that they will be more present within the association and on campus. And also you can ask Storky to be present at your event by going to the Creative Media Services website and putting in a request ticket. Yes.
Preach.
Yeah.
Thorky, are you taking any questions? Okay, received. Thank you for coming. Received. Okay, anyone else here, public? Please come up. And if you could give me your full name, thank you. Thanks, Tori. Are you guys reporting together?
Yes.
Did I get?
Sorry, we can go.
That's really fine. Your full names, please.
Juliana Johnson.
I'm Tallulah Borman, she, her pronouns.
Your last name?
Borman,
Borman.
yes.
And
Kira Valles Knoll, VALLES-KNOLL. She, her.
and just like what you guys are reporting also, I could put on the agenda.
Indivisible Isla Vista, we're just introducing us to you guys and campus and stuff like that.
Did you hear the speaking agreement?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
You have 3 minutes. Do you think that'll suffice?
Yes, that'll be.
And then you'll have a chance to take questions or not.
Okay.
Feel free.
Cool. So we are Indivisible Isla Vista. For those unfamiliar, Indivisible is a national organization with 2,000 chapters across the country, over 2,000. And they're dedicated to the advocacy and protection of human rights and social justice. So as we open our very own chapter in Isla Vista, we hope to represent the students of our community as well as the other young people and just community members in general. We really want to make it known that us as students and as young people are in the fight for social justice and human rights, and especially right now, the fight against ICE as it threatens our community and everything like that. We just want to give students a voice and give students a place to speak up and be heard and advocate for themselves. And Juju is going to talk a little bit more about our current plans.
Yes, so I'm Juju or Juliana. I'm the secretary of Indivisible IV. And basically the reason that we have Indivisible here on campus is because we don't want to simply keep making statements and denouncing corrupt individuals, but we want to take direct actions to help people within our community. We believe in the power of protest as shown in our ICE Out of IV event, which happened on February 7th, which attracted over 200 IV community members and supporters to call for ICE out of our communities. We also understand that protesting is only the beginning and isn't completely effective without continued education and taking an active on-the-ground role in our community to fight against oppressive forces. Currently, we are launching a campaign to call for the recall of Sheriff Bill Brown of Santa Barbara County for his compliance with and aid to ICE within Santa Barbara, Goleta, and Santa Maria. Brown has failed to denounce ICE and has declined to inform supervisors of ICE activities in the county, as well as his failure to comply with new state legislation, which requires federal immigration agents to wear identification badges and face covering masks. We believe in using our platform and legitimacy as a nationally connected political organization to boost youth involvement in fighting for human rights. As of today, we've so far raised over $2,000 for our organization and other local organizations working to support immigrant families and get ICE out of Santa Barbara. And we stand in front of you guys here today to educate and show the active assistance of the Isla Vista and UCSB community against these blatant attacks on our democracy and violation of human rights. That's all, and we're open to questions from any of you guys.
Amazing. Senators. Feel
Yes, again, thank you guys for coming. It's great. It's a pleasure to see you guys, coming and having the opportunity to communicate with your student body. I know we communicated, I think, briefly before some of the board members. I went to the last ISO event. That was a really great organizational thing. That was super awesome, getting to see the community super involved. And just, I remember just extending about that in particular, just that the associate students would love to just communicate, help in any way you can, any assistance that you might particularly need. And like you mentioned about when it comes to the Brown particular situation happening with that, relating towards that, or just maybe a general question, what are some of the utilities or things that you believe the Senate body can particularly help in assisting when you're continuous solidarity in your protest? Or what are the best ways that we can help just in general support you guys in your continuous movements if you have some general?
I think we're looking for some financial support if you guys are open to that for just like supplies and stuff. But that's less of an issue. And then also a space to meet might be appreciated. Is there anything else that you're thinking of?
Yeah, I think if as far as collaboration, I think we definitely would be needing some guidance in the legal proceedings of a recall. I think you guys obviously are politically intelligent and can help us with that process a lot. And but yeah, so I mean, yeah, we would love just like we need to draft all the stuff we need to draft, the letter of intent, the actual recall petition, all that stuff. And I think you guys could be a great resource for that, as well as getting support and signatures on our petition and support around campus as far as that goes. So yeah, just like any guidance or support on that would be amazing.
And obviously you guys have a great reach, so
Yeah.
help with that would be awesome.
No.
So not.
Senators.
I guess like one more. And what are the best ways to contact you in particular? It's like email, Instagram, like any social media platforms the best to contact you after this stuff.
Yeah, we have an Instagram, if you guys wanna DM us, it's indivisible_IV, or the email indivisible_ILAVista, all one word, @gmail.com.
And then, a little bit of a point of elaboration. So in terms of like our current plan in recalling Bill Brown, we understand that it's a huge undertaking and it is something that feasibly is extremely difficult because it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars in support. And as well as I think we figured out it's over 23,000 signatures in order to actually get him recalled out of office. What we want to do to start the process, yes. what we want to do is to show that there is a resistance to what he's doing and his failure to make any statement or comply with state law.
Sorry.
So currently what we're doing is we're gonna be out in the arbor the next couple of days and we're collecting letters and signing letters from individual students. And we're gonna mass send them to his PO box in Lompoc. We have drafted letter templates that kind of illustrate our demands from him denouncing ICE, complying with the state legislature in terms of having ICE agents wearing identification as well as not allowing them to wear face coverings and getting as many signatures on those to send them out to him as possible. So that kind of is the current thing we are working on. So in terms of AS and maybe what you guys could help us do with that, I do understand that, you know, there might be some limitations when it comes to taking like a political stance on the issue or against like things like denouncing ICE. Just because I know like the university hasn't really taken a stance on that itself. But I'm not sure about like the political stuff about that. The best thing would be maybe some help with that and getting as many people as possible to sign letters and send letters and kind of show our disdain for what's happening in the county.
I have a question, Chair. Can I just give him my contact? It's chilling.
You're free to get up afterwards and give him a contact maybe.
Actually, I do have a question.
We don't have time. Funny, we don't have time. Very quickly, are you guys an RCO? Have you
Not
signed
yet,
up for
we're
that
not
process?
officially declared yet.
No.
I believe that deadline has passed. It was last week, is that correct?
It's Friday.
So I don't think that process can be started this school year, but
Okay.
in terms of funding, the route that makes the most sense seems like BCU could host an event and finance it in which they partner with them as an organization.
Yes.
Quick comment.
Yeah, quick comment. Also still kind of internally extended their deadline a little bit. They're not telling everyone, but they're doing it. So if you still want to do that, that's possible, but that's also a way to go.
Maybe get in contact with them as well, because they might need you at some point. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much.
Anyone else here for public forum? Yeah. Your full name, please?
Bella Rosemary Crossland Bell. Yeah, it's long.
No, I just typed in the wrong place. One more time.
Bella Rosemary Crossland Bell.
Bella, Rosemary, Crossland,
Yeah,
Like just
cross, like cross the land. Yeah, okay. And then
And-
Bell,
like Bell,
BELL.
got it. And,
And I'm Ella Graben, GRAB as in boy, AN.
sorry,
GRAB as in boy, AN. First name Ella.
okay, speaking on,
We are the Environmental Justice Alliance, and we're here to talk about the bill to update Environmental Justice Association's legal code to accommodate appointed disputes, which I believe that you created and was on the agenda last week.
yeah, okay, if we can close the door, yeah, I appreciate that, thank you. Did you guys see the speaking agreement from earlier, 3 minutes, 3 minutes for Q&A? Okay, do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, as I said, we're here to amend our legal code, and our legal code changes were originally on the omnibus bill, which is for last quarter to pass over legal code changes, and then that didn't end up going through, and we did get removed separately from that. So then through a lot of communication, we were able to create this bill, and we were unable to attend last week, so we apologize for that, but we're here to talk about our thoughts, since we heard that you guys had a lot of thoughts about that. Sorry, one second. This bill amends our project chair positions and makes them 6, and I'm gonna say coordinator, chair, or coordinator instead of project chair. However, there is still the issue of the standing student affairs position that still needs to be added to our legal code as well. And then we initially asked last quarter to reinstate all of our previous board position members that we've had for the previous years that we've been an organization. And these numbers include allowing for 4 to 6 project coordinators, as well as 1 to 2 student affairs coordinators, of which we already have students filling 5 project chair coordinator positions and 1 student filling student affairs positions. Note that all of these position appointments were approved on 5/28 of the Senate meeting last year. And then upon communications, we learned that there were some concerns with proportion of budget allocations towards honoraria. And in response to that, we feel that it is unfair to bring this to our attention now, since we've historically had this many positions or more. And additionally, the proportional issue looks a lot vaster now that we've had drastic budget changes over the last couple of years, especially this year, most likely because of no rollover, as well as previous year's decisions to not allow many BCUs to fund RTOs, which is where a majority of our funding initially went. That said, we come with a new request that hopefully resolves some of the honorary proportion concerns and for this year and years to come. We will lower our range for project coordinator from 4 to 6 to 4 to 5. Additionally, we would like to add back in our prior position of student affairs, 1 chair instead of 2, and they are in charge of external and internal collaborations and relationships and correspondence. This position is essential for boosting our overall engagement with other justice organizations and community work on campus, as well as helping us maintain longstanding relationships between groups like Human Rights Board, Students for Justice in Palestine, the Asian Studies Department, the Women's Center, Brennan EJ, the Blum Center, and the Sustainability Committee, which we are an active standing member on. These amendments to our legal code leave us with within our allowed honoraria for this year, which is $10,800. And are lower than previous years have had, with the capacity for previous years to have up to 6 chairs. Do I have permission to continue to speak?
It has to be motion. How much?
About a minute.
Carter?
Yeah, I motion to add a minute to the speaker's time.
So motion to add is a minute to speaker's time. Is there a second, Wayne?
Second.
The second round of discussion, Laidlaw? Question just call the question.
Consent.
Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, please feel free.
Thank you. To finish up, I would just like to say that we also learned that there's a problem with the name of chair, which we can change to coordinator, as I kind of mentioned at the beginning, for all of our positions that are listed as chair, besides the co-executive chairs, including myself and Alicia, who is the other co-executive chair. And hopefully this might alleviate some of the financial concerns associated with our honoraria, since each board member is not entitled to $450, they're only entitled to $300 a quarter. And to clarify, none of our board members besides the co-executive chairs have ever asked for the whole $450, and we're not aware that this was even a possibility or an issue, since many other organizations have the similar labeling of chair, including that of EAB. And additionally, another issue is that, or another thing we'd like to address is that our Environmental Affairs Board and Human Rights Board liaison positions are not paid out of our honoraria budget as well. So, thank you.
You guys, senators, any questions? Upper.
Yes, thanks for coming. Great to hear from you. Can you tell me more about projects you've done this year?
Yes, projects we've done this year. We just hosted a film screening called The Issue for Tissue with David Fellow and the Environmental Law Committee, and also Surfrider. And this film talked about like different issues within the boreal forest and how certain communities are being impacted by the cutting down of the trees. And then we had the director speak at this event, which is very interesting, and we helped facilitate the Q&A for that event, as well as publicity. And then we've had I'm trying to think about last quarter and stuff. We've had different volunteering events with the Department of Public Works, and we also have a bi-weekly book club that is multimedia, and people will can learn about different environmental justice topics via like podcasts and newsletters, and also a book that we have, What If We Get It Right, which we bought last year, and we allow people to have copies of it if they attend our book club. We also have a bi-weekly newsletter where we talk about political topics, as well as uplift other community events, and a couple of other things in that as well. And then this quarter, we have another film screening coming up that Ella is actually hosting. What is the name of it?
It's called The Earth's Greatest Enemy. It's a new movie that is being toured around the country right now, and we have the opportunity to screen it here at UCSB. Also do a Q&A with one of the directors as well.
And then we also have coming up our second board meeting, which is going to have 3 professor speakers added, and also a vegan and food tasting event. And then we have a sustainable cooking event paired with the health and wellness, where we're going to teach people about sustainable cooking. And that's just a couple of things I can think off the top of my head. Thank you.
Nice. I want to recognize Senator Mongees, by the way. I didn't earlier.
Thank you. What's your usual attendance for your events?
Our usual attendance is probably like 20 to 30 people, and we're trying to increase that because a lot of people graduated last year, so we're doing a lot of tabling outside the arbor as well as like outreach via the news blast to different channels.
How many people are part of the book club?
How many people are part of the book club on general or this quarter?
This quarter, for example.
This quarter, probably about 10 people. Yeah.
Anything else? Oh, no.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the changes that you have stated here just like reflected in like the legislation or something? Is it, it's not the same as the ones in legal code, am I? Or the proposed ones in legal code?
Are you asking about the bill that was proposed that updated it or our original legal code?
Not your original, sorry, the proposed one.
The
Are
proposed
these the same?
bill, we only asked for update to allow for an extra project chair. And then we also asked for a student affairs chair, and they increased it by 2 project chairs, but we really only need 1 more project chair, so we can go back down to 5. And then we want the student affairs chair on there, but that is the only addition to that would make it any different.
So I think, Senator, I don't know if we were asking this, or if you had the same question in mind that I do, but I think it was the bill that is currently or was brought on the Senate floor a while ago. Does it include all the changes that you spoke about here?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I believe that one was much simpler with
Yeah.
less changes.
Yeah, that's,
Those are
I'm
not-
sorry if I wasn't clear. I was trying to answer that, but I know that you guys worked to add project chair positions or project coordinator positions, and that was the only amendment to our legal code. It went from 4 to 6, but we only need it to be 5, and we want a student affairs position on there, which is a separate position. So that's the amendment that we would like to add the other position. And if we need to reduce it to 5, we can reduce it to 5 for the project chair. Yes, yes.
Do you have the duties listed out that you want for the new position? Because we can't write a bill without any information from you guys.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
Okay, I think this is best, this was past time.
Yeah.
Can you find which committee this was referred to?
It was indefinitely table.
Is that, okay, maybe you could have the conversation separately.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah.
Cause we were told via email that like that this is gonna be on the agenda or was for last week, and then if we wanted to do any more revisions to the bill, we have to tell you here.
Yeah, I think that's,
Okay.
so yeah, so basically you told us, and Sussman, I think all 30, so you'd be able to incorporate those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else for public forum? Yeah. Say your full name, please.
Gohan Huynh, Gohan, last name Huynh.
Sorry, you said Gohan?
Perfect.
Last name?
Huynh, Huynh.
Did you hear the speaking agreement?
Yes.
Do you think 3 minutes suffices? Feel free. Sorry, on what matter are you speaking?
I'm representing the speech forensics team at UCSB, and this is a finance request.
Feel free, you have 3 minutes.
I am the president of the speech forensics team here at UCSB, and I am doing a finance request for our upcoming championship tournament, the regional championship at Moore Park College. Now, I know that this is a little bit unconventional to ask the Senate for finances, but unfortunately, there is a holiday coming up this Monday, so I'm unable to ask the Finance Committee before our championship tournament. And we would like to be able to purchase the hotels at the cheapest rate possible, which is why I am before you all today. Now, this tournament is the regional championship, and it is going to be an accumulation of everything that we have been doing this entire year. All of the preparation of debates, of writing and cutting and memorizing the speeches that have been prepared by our competitors and have been utilized throughout the entire year. Our competitors have been doing extremely well throughout the year at the tournaments at UCSD, at the University of La Verne, and I would like them to be able to share their speeches at the regional championships. Additionally, for the event of persuasive speaking, this specific tournament allows the top speaker of persuasive speaking to participate in a international tournament that is going to be extremely prestigious. So that is an opportunity that I would like to allow those that are participating in persuasive speaking to be able to participate in. I do have the finance sheet already done, and I believe that that was shared. If there are any questions about the finance sheet, I'm able to take those.
Sure. Senators, any questions?
Point of information, where's the sheet?
Are you asking me?
Oh, yeah, cause it's email.
I could email it to you specifically if you'd like me to.
Oh, yeah, it's can be.
Wait,
just-
can you share it to the?
Yeah, with the chair, so we
With the
can-
chair, so he can distribute.
Agenda.
Yes.
What is the chair?
Internal VP AS. What?
Perfect.
To attend the finance committee meet this past Monday.
This past Monday, unfortunately, we did not have the entries completed for this tournament. We did not know how many competitors were going to be able to attend this tournament. And because of that, that fully is basing off of our food, our hotel, how many hotel rooms we get, and also how many the tournament fees for all of those, because we did not have that information, because we did not meet this past week because of the previous tournament. We did not have that information and we're not able to submit the request.
I made the spreadsheet public, so everyone, if that's okay with it.
That's fine.
Okay, nothing else? We still have 3 minutes for questions.
Can you give us a little bit of time to do that?
Yeah. How's your day?
Great. I got to see Storky. Really.
Doesn't happen every day, right?
Yeah, brighten my day right there. How about yours?
Bad. Next Storky would do well in a debate tournament.
Storky would, yeah.
On guard.
Yeah.
Doesn't say anything, has another person debate for him.
Okay, do we have questions? Mohis?
Okay, so I know you spoke to me before and you said when you guys bring judges, you don't need to pay an additional amount for a judge from the competition if you bring your own judges. Are your judges this time students?
So we have a mixture of students being able to not participate on certain days to be able to judge. And we are also trying to recruit more students in order to judge. We also have a couple of friends at the Moore Park area, so we are trying to see if they would be able to do it for us for free.
John?
Yeah, 2 questions. One thing, would you mind sending the roster with the thing as well? Yeah, that would be.
The roster of those competing, of course.
That would be really helpful. And second, that just to make sure the budget is not including the friends you're referring to in the place, right? Like, it's not paying for anything of your friends at the.
No,
Card,
no,
okay,
it wouldn't.
yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
would just be volunteering their time.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Everything in terms of entries, I do have a master entry sheet that we use on the team. Which I could send a copy of. But if you would like to see everyone officially entered in, you could find that at forensicstournament.net. And then search up PSCFA Spring Championships at Moore Park College. You should be able to see all the entries from all the different events that UCSB is bringing.
Is that all? Great, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public forum? Please come up. Can I get your full name, please?
Hi, my name is Lali Sanchez. I'm the internal chair for Raíces de Mediara.
Right. Reporting on.
Our Danzantes Unidos Folklorico proposal. There's a bit of confusion today. Monday night, we were told that we would have.
So I can.
Oh, do you need the spelling?
Did you share the presentation with me? Because you sent an email, but there was no presentation attached.
Oh, yeah, it should have been shared. Sorry. I'll just share it directly. Like in a dead spot, so I don't know if it got sent.
No worries. Okay, got it. And did you get the speaking agreement from earlier?
I know it's 3 minutes.
Sorry?
I said I know it's 3 minutes.
Cool. Do you agree?
Yes,
Do you think 3 minutes suffices?
probably not.
Okay, how much do you think you need?
maybe like 5.
5 total? Okay, Senators, motion accordingly, please, Harder.
I motion to add 5 minutes, 2 minutes to the speaker's time. 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to add 2 minutes to the speaker's time. Is there a second? Oidla.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Wang.
Question.
Question has been called. With the objection, call the question.
Okay.
The objection on consent. Seeing none, motion passes. And same thing, I'm making the presentation available to everyone. Is that okay?
Yeah.
On the agenda. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Feel free.
Hi, okay, so there's been a bit of confusion. I just want to make sure like this gets passed because we will have to request for other things in the future, which I'll talk about later. But basically Monday night I had gone to FMB and we had already made the request previously. It had been denied the first time. And I want to make sure that this gets passed today. I'm not sure if they passed it or not Monday night, but we were told last night by the Attorney General, Senator Wahidola and Senator Jones that we would have to come today to defend our proposal. So that's what I'm here to do. Basically, our group is going to be going to the Danzantes Unidos Conference and Festival. This is an academic conference. It's a cultural and educational conference. Dancers will spend their time learning about Mexican folklorico dance from teachers from Mexico and the US. They have their maestria from Colima. It's the only place in the world that you can get this certification. They go and they teach. In addition, there's a university summit where we talk with like top universities about having cultural dance education programs on campus and ways to foster inclusivity and basically outreach on campus. And so our main mission here is to be able to go and have the university summit here at UCSB next year like we did in 2019. We think this would be like a great way for other cultural orgs to get involved here on campus, and basically they have the leadership to help us be able to do that. They've been running this program since the 70s. It started at UCLA and now it's like a whole separate company and entity. Currently Cal Poly, Humboldt, and San Jose State are the only 2 universities that have the accredited educational folklorico cultural dance programs at their schools, and they are fully funded by their schools. So obviously our organization wants to get to that point, and as a unit, we believe like AS can help us with that. And basically it's about advocacy, outreach, and it'd be a really good look for our predominantly white institution to be able to go and learn from these people. This program aligns with our outreach mission to bridge gaps in understanding, resist systemic erasure, and celebrate resilience through the revolutionary act of dance. So basically, our whole request is $6,745. There was a question from FMB about why we're requesting this much, because we were allotted $23,400 in honoraria this year, but that is only an honoraria. We were given no operating budget, so it doesn't make sense for us to exist as an organization if we can't help others because we have no funding. We had to do a reallocation and it was approved October 10th. We were approved to move $8,100 to be able to operate this year. And this is because we were given honoraria for a board of 24, but we only have a board of 2016, and those changes were reflected last year. So I'm not sure what happened in the budget cycle or anything like that, but that's how much we were allotted and we were able to change it. Basically, our whole funds for us to operate is around $8,000 just for us to operate as a unit through the year, because we have to pay for Rob's Gym and for our storage unit. This org has been here on campus for over 35 years. So if you can imagine, we've accumulated a lot of costumes and we have a storage unit off campus. We've been working with the president, Leanne, to find a space here on campus, but we haven't found one that's big enough yet. So basically, the majority of our budget goes to our storage rent and to using Rob's Gym. We used to practice in the parking lot prior to becoming BCU. That is so dangerous. PCN, Gay Club, Vietnamese Club, a lot of K-pop orgs practice down there as well. Last year, there was almost 3 different hit and runs because people like to race their cars down there. I saw it myself. Last year, during one of our practices, somebody started doing donuts down there. It's extremely dangerous for students. If you guys want to know like more about how much we've spent, it's all on there. And we also have a small amount left, it's $3,282, but that will be going to the rest of our storage payments for the next 6 months. It's $1,380, and for our next Rob's Gym, our next Rob's Gym invoice, which has been estimated to be $1,321. So this gives us nothing for like bigger events. We still have to run our Sabores de mi Tierra Cultural Market. We've been talking with Pardal. We're getting estimates for a stage and tables because we plan to invite over 100 different orgs here on campus, cultural and AS. And basically, we're gonna try to open it up to everyone, but it depends on how much funding and resources we can get for that. And then also for our.
Sorry,
committed-
is that,
Sorry, can I get like 1 more minute maybe? No question, like 30 more seconds.
if it's like one thought, you can just.
It's just one thought.
Yeah.
We also have our annual showcase. It'll be our 35th annual. Recently, Campbell Hall changed policy. And student orgs are required 2 days of like rehearsal. And so last year our quote was $5,000. So obviously the quote is way more. It's 10,000 now, and that just exceeds how much we even had to begin with. So we're gonna have to come back and request for those events as well.
Okay, will you take questions from senators?
Yes.
Mohis?
So we apologize for being a little bit misleading. Finance committee actually almost basically fully funded the event through our USSA fund.
Okay.
We funded you guys $6,445, and the reason why it's not the $6,745 is because we only allow up to 20% like leg room, like you know how like it's expected cost and then you add additional.
Yeah.
So we recalculated that 20%, and that's why you have a little bit of a lower amount, but it should be enough to cover your expected cost. We passed it through the USSA fund, which means it needs to be reaffirmed by the AVPSA office on their meeting on Monday, but you don't need to attend this meeting.
Okay.
And they will make the reaffirmment on their own. So you guys should be good.
Okay.
John?
Chairman, make a comment rather than a question? Yeah.
No, that's by definition not what Q&A is.
Then I understand.
Any other questions? So if I could ask really quickly, because this is a thing in my office as well. The entire budget was allocated for honoraria. Lord knows who came up with that. There is an option though it's called journal entering. So from one section of your office's budget to another.
That's what we did for the 8,100.
So you have done that you
Yeah, we
tried
have
that
done
option.
that, but the rest of it is like for our honoraria for the board for this year, and it's estimated to be 0 by the end of the year.
So those 8 out of the original 24,000.
Because we have a board of 16.
Yeah, and that 8,000 has already been spent out?
Almost, well, like in the next month, we have 2 more major requests coming through, and then it'll be like spent out. And then we're planning to exhaust the rest of the budget, obviously, on like our Sabores event or any smaller things that we're gonna do. Like for the next quarter or the rest of this quarter.
Yeah, and is your own office budget paying for part of this event, or it's paying for smaller things and you would like this covered from, or it's already covered by the
Yeah.
USSA fund?
Basically anything like remainder from this event, we were planning to like spend out of our budget.
Is there a question? Feel free.
That's not a question. I think part of the confusion is also, I wasn't in the room when you were presenting, but part of the confusion is like, I was a little confused if it's we'll categorize it as a more of a retreat or event?
I'd categorize it as a conference. It's like an academic conference. I think it's really important for our school because it's one of the only times we're able to communicate with other university groups. And especially leadership who have been doing this since the 1970s, they know how to help different organizations get funding. And that's obviously something we want to bring here and like make available to different RCOs. So if we were to have a university summit here next year, we'd want members of different RCOs to come so that they can learn how to like get more funding or things like that.
Yeah, would you like, okay, the question is basically, there is students that's outside of the entity that is attending the conference, well, right?
Student staff.
Like, not like student staff, but like just student from student body, because it's supposed.
Oh, yeah, no, outside of our board, yeah.
Yeah.
I think only 5 of us board members are going and there's 16 of us total. Everybody else is like students. This was open to everybody. It's like first come, first serve, basically. I kind of had to put a cap because it is during spring break and I didn't want people flaking out last minute because, you know, this is the school's money that we're spending.
That's time. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public forum? Okay, that was a longer public forum than usual, which is always nice. Okay, do we have any chancellor's representatives present? Yeah, that's fine. No worries. But if you have any questions at any point, please let us know. UCPD representative? GSA representative? Youth and Governance Board representative? IVCSD representative? Are there any unit? Yeah, we're under ASUCSB reports. Are there any general? We start with administrative committee reports. Boards and commissions reports. Unit reports. President's cabinet reports. Executive director's report. The San Antonio Rules Section F, Clause 5, Office of the Association providing reports must take questions sometimes relevant to the matters or projects presented. Knowing that, you still wish to give a report?
Yeah.
Feel free, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Related to finances, I have put a QR code on here to make it very easy for everyone. This is how you fill out the form to become part of the Microwave financial system. I've told the team that I would do this. Mention it verbally is one thing, but having a code here probably helps too. So feel free, I'll leave this up here until it becomes annoying for you all. This is how you get into the system so that you become an authorized signer on accounts that you're part of. Kind of important step. And uptake has been a little slow, so I'm trying to juice those numbers a little bit. So help me out, make me look good and fill that out. Glad Storky came, as was said. We have, hey, you asked for Storky. Storky came. Never said I don't deliver. And there's a form online if you want Storky to come to your event, which I think you do. Unfortunately, the bulk email system is not ready yet. We're still working on it. Trying to make that move as quickly as possible. There's not much we can do actually to make it go faster, but we can pester people and keep poking. Space-wise, still in the process with KCSB and figuring out that move. Space is always at a premium. We can talk more about that later if you ever have questions. We are nearing the end of 1 year of external audits. I think it's 22, 23. So unfortunately, there are more years to go to catch up with today. So it's a long and arduous process to go through that, taking up materials for systems that no longer exist. It's like, oh, the timekeeping system. Like, yeah, that's not a thing anymore. We transitioned to something else a year ago. And then one last thing to keep this quick is just about communication. And with, I think, EAB, there was the group with the Eternal Flame last week. So they came, they presented about the Eternal Flame project, which is a great project, and they spoke about EAB and TGIF, and there was some confusion. So during the meeting, I was following up with their advisor and what happened at EAB and communicate and fill all the gap. Everything is good to go now. But just putting it out there, like, for communication with different groups, let's assume that it's a communication error and not like an intent error. Because I know it's really easy to be like, this group just dropped the ball, or this group didn't do that thing. But like in this case, it turned out that the group actually hadn't officially asked for funding from EAB. And TGIF, where they had been referred to, hadn't met yet. They didn't even approve or deny their request. And now EAB has already promised funds toward the project. So I just want to say that out loud to the group that was present last week, so that there's not some kind of like conventional wisdom of like, EAB did this thing and now I'm harboring this little like, thing in the back of my head, because that's just not how it occurred. So I like to clear up these things. And if we all just like, talk to each other a little bit and go, wait a minute, that sounds a little bit off. Let me Slack that person. Let me email the chair. Let me find that out. That's something I've been trying to learn too as I go along, like not to assume what I want to assume about it. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. And go into it with like an open mind about maybe the intent of people. And for the most part, most things, 90% of the times, it's like someone dropped a ball. Someone didn't communicate the exact thing or didn't understand, especially if you're a group that is going to another group and you've never requested funding before. You're like, how does this process even work? So that's all.
Oh, that's a great point. Mohis?
You were mentioning about being like behind a few years on external like, audits and things like that. I'm aware that staff is also behind on a lot of requisitions, and I know you guys have been working on macro recently. It just feels like you guys have been falling behind more than you guys are like progressing forward. Like time is going by faster than the amount of time that you guys, like the gap is gonna continue to like grow perhaps. Do you guys have some sort of plan or like schedule that you guys have been making during maybe your staff advising meetings? Like addressing the issue of catching up with everything? Oh, sorry, just another tag along point. It's a bit misleading because especially for requisitions, the recent timeline for that is it's taking about like 6 months for requisitions sometimes to be passed, when on the email it says you'll get your check within like 2 to 3 weeks. So a lot of actual students on campus that need to be reimbursed probably have more anger because it says that they're gonna get it faster than what it says. So if maybe a lot of your resources can be updated to actually address that. But the question is about if you guys have a plan for this.
Right, yeah, so it's two things. One is staffing, just having the amount of people we need to do the job. And the second is we're in a transition year from the old system to the new system, and people are still using paper POs. And when someone uses a paper PO, so please, this is why also another reason to do this, please stop filling out the paper or PDF PO. That's just, it slows things down. It takes double the time at least to do that. So that's why things are exceptionally slow right now. It's one of those weird where like things are okay, maybe a little behind. Now things are extra behind, and then things will be good again because we'll switch to the just one system as opposed to someone turns in a paper PO, someone has to scan that PO, someone has to then enter the information manually into another system and then go through the whole process as opposed to it's in the system to begin with. So that's like the backlog of things. And like I know I'm going through and trying to sign a bunch of POs every day. It's seemingly a never-ending stream of them.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit easier now because it's not like a physical stack of things that's just in my face. I can just log in and press it. I can log in from here and do 30 of them while I'm sitting here probably. Well, maybe not 30, maybe like 10, 15. Because I still have to look it over and check things. But that I think those are the two biggest factors on it. It's just right now things are double the work for the finance team. And I want to reduce that amount of work for my staff. That would be really great. And so please encourage all the groups to stop with the POs that are in paper form. If we can get that all done before the end of this month, we would be very, very happy.
Thanks, Chair. Would it be possible to do one of those temporary hiring situations where you bring in someone, maybe an econ student? That'd be kind of cool. That could help you guys get all of this done very quickly, and then basically they're gone.
We are bringing in someone. We actually met with them this morning.
Okay.
So we're bringing in someone from SABA, which is the Student Affairs Department, to help with things, and they're familiar with campus systems, and so they can help relieve some of that like gateway type, flex card type things, so that we can focus on some of these internal microid kind of recs and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe that's been the work for a little bit.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi, Sean. Thanks for coming in. Last week, the staff and students had a discussion about the base fee increase. And I just wanted to see if there's been any discussion or conclusion made from the meeting that I had to leave the Zoom on.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion conclusion wise. Nothing definitive yet. I've run a lot of numbers, and interestingly, because like learning how inflation also works when it comes to our base fee and any of the fees actually, is that inflation is a 5-year average. So inflation has been adjusted, let's say like our base fee is at a certain amount, right? It hasn't been adjusted since 2022. When it is adjusted in 2027, it'll be a 5-year average. So it'll probably be like 4%. When the actual difference between 2022 and 2027 is more like 13%. So just to put that out there, that like we've already lost a lot of buying power when it comes to the base fee that controls staff salaries, yes, student salaries, yes, all the groups don't have lock-ins. So while a base fee increase might not be what is called for, some kind of adjustment to what has been approved in the past might be, but it's part of a bigger discussion. So people are out for signatures for their things right now or coming up for that. And that's probably not something we'll go for. But it is my responsibility to ensure that this department carries on and has financial stability moving forward. And the fact that since 2006, when the Students Initiative was passed, that the minimum wage for anybody in the state of California has more than doubled. And we hire probably 20%, I'll have numbers for you soon, 20% more students now at least than we did in 2006. Just shows, and that increase in inflation is not accounted for that. So it's eaten into, just like staff salaries, student salaries, all the groups that don't have a lock-in, because not that many more groups have lock-ins now than in 2006. So it's hard to account for all that. And while reserves are great and an amazing resource, there needs to be a long-term plan. And we are flexible with how funding is happening and lock-ins and all of that and reserves. And, so there's a lot of factors into it, but I just want to put out there that there's still things we need to discuss to make it a solid scenario for staff and student staff.
Thank you.
Seems like that's it. Thanks so much, Sean. Any advisors reports? Executive officers reports. Is Sydney here? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, what am I saying? Yeah. I just didn't see your name up there. Great. Did you hear the speaking agreement?
Yes,
Cool. You have 10 minutes.
thank you. I just have some really quick updates for you guys on the Executive Director Search Committee. So the committee has interviewed 5 candidates by Zoom so far, and we have a 6th Zoom interview this Friday. And then campus visits with for the finalists. We're expecting to bring 3 or 4 candidates as finalists to campus for a day where they can, where AS students and staff, student affairs staff, and the search committee can meet the candidates, interview the candidates. There'll be an open forum for questions. So, and that is planning to be before the end of this quarter. So keep an eye out for an email from me with the times and locations for all of those open forums. Again, you will have an opportunity to meet the candidates for the people who could be the next executive director of the association and ask them questions about their qualifications and their vision for the association. So I know the next few weeks are going to be very, very busy with budget hearings and finals, but I really hope that you all make this a priority. So just keep an eye out for that. And then the only other 2 updates I have is that the application period had closed for the Outstanding BCU Award. So my office, the project team will be reviewing applications and making a recommendation to me next week, which I will then announce publicly, have a week long for questions if anyone has them. And then we'll be coming to you all to approve that. And then the last update was that the AS Quarterly Banquet was last night. We had a really good public speaking workshop by Kathy Gruber, who's a local public speaker. And the chancellor paid us a visit, which was awesome. We got to take a selfie with him. I know some people got to meet him, ask him some questions. So it was overall a good event. Yeah, those are my main updates.
Amazing. Senators, any questions? Sus?
Hi, President Metzger. Thanks for coming in. It's great to see you as always. Last week we had discussed the funding for your office's honoraria, and I was just curious as to when that's needed, being that the honoraria cycle for spring opens next Wednesday.
The honoraria amount in my office is, well, I guess it's needed when the honorary cuts, checks get cut. I guess is the simple answer. As a reminder, like our budgeted amount for honorary is 14,000. But the projected amount that we need is 25,300. Or sorry, yeah, 25,300.
And President Metzger, for the campus visits, we want the participation to be as broad as possible, right? Like as many representatives from AS and even other parts of the campus, is that right?
Yeah, so for a little bit more context on that, it will be campus visits will include an in-person interview with the search committee, an interview with myself and Associate Vice Chancellor Perkin, an interview with stakeholders from student affairs, so that includes like SEAL and people in that realm, and then an hour-long open forum for all of AS students and staff. And so anyone in AS will be getting this invitation, is welcome to come, learn about the candidate, ask them questions. We do recommend that you try to come to all of them but just come when you can, and then we'll be asking you to submit feedback forms at the end of that. So where you can say, do you recommend this candidate for the position? Do you recommend with reservations, or do you not recommend?
Okay. Anything else? Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Cindy, if you want to come up, I'd like to recognize Senator Lucan. Thank you, Prox, for being here.
Thanks.
Cindy, did you hear the agreement?
Yeah, you said 10 minutes?
Sorry?
Did you say 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay,
Is that good?
yeah, well, you have the slides up there, or is everybody just gonna like?
Oh, right, yeah. Holly, if we can. Were we not doing that?
No, that's just been Zoom.
Yeah, I'll put the slides up. I'm sorry, I must have missed it if anyone asked for other slides, but I'll pull yours up, Sydney.
Thank you.
Not you, I should go. You can begin wherever you want.
Okay, hello, senators. I know you guys have gotten a lot of funding requests, but I'm here to deliver another one. Because I feel this is much needed. So yeah, now you can move on to the second slide. But before I give you the specifics on our monetary needs, I wanted to kind of give you a big picture of our office budget. So we have $5,460 allocated for operating costs, and we have $14,000 allocated for honoraria, totaling our budget to $19,460. This means that we're lacking budget for food, honoraria, and projects. As you may remember from last year, the budget cycle was very chaotic. A lot of things got lost or got missing. I'm not really sure, but at the time I was serving as chief of staff for the same office. And I know that former SAG, Alvin Wong, requested rollover and thought that would be sufficient for our budget for this year. That request was not only not approved, but also was not reflected in the budget records at all. If you go online and search like ASUCSB, the budget, and go through that full doc and go to the SAG budget, it's just completely like X'd out in the rollover section. It doesn't even indicate that rollover was requested to begin with. So I don't really know how much of this can be attributed to an organizational error. But regardless, because of us not getting rollover, we are at a pretty big like deficit in like how much is needed versus how much we have. You can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we have 14,000 allocated for honoraria. And as you can see by the big number there, the total that we actually need is $1,190 over that. Not only that, that's more than our entire budget. So we are at a $6,650 deficit for the amount that we need. And this is not with our office being fully staffed. So in the event that, we have positions open, if we build those, we would be even at a further deficit than we are. Next slide. We also have needs for food. So for every quarter, we have a ton of meetings. What you'll see there for fall quarter, what we have already documented is our internal, general, and technology subcommittee meetings. Those are just the meetings that have been catered, but there's 16 other meetings that happened last quarter that were not. These are just the ones that are during peak dinner hours. But yeah, for fall quarter, we spent a little over $1,000 for food. For winter quarter, it's projected it'll be $1,100. For spring, $1,200, leading us to a total of approximately $3,300 projected for the 2025 to 26 fiscal year. Next slide. And then the last section that we need funding for is our special and grant projects. So you may all be aware about the Protect Your Peers initiative that we ran. The ASOP and EVPSA office and my office, we all collaborated. Starting fall quarter, week 8, we had a rapid response training with 805 and DocuFund. This quarter, during week 2, we had an entire Protect Your Peers week with 4 events, rapid response training at Know Your Rights and Legal Resources, a town hall, and a teach-in. And then we rented $150 for a similar event where an activist and director of the UCLA equivalent of USS came and gave a talk about what can be done within the UC system for undocumented individuals. We contributed $150 to that, and then we hope to have another Protect Your Peers event during spring quarter, have another training. So you'll see there's total cost and OSA contribution. That's because for all of these events, the costs have been split up. But the total OSA contribution for all of these events that kind of fall under the Protect Your Peers umbrella is $4,942.51. Next slide. In addition to the Protect Your Peers work, we have planned these OSA educational workshops. This is not anything new. We've done this in previous years as well. Last year, we held an AI and conduct panel with Office of Student Conduct and a couple other entities. It costs around $300 for booking the space and for the event supplies. This year, we have three total for this quarter and spring quarter planned for international transfer and disabled students. One of those for international students will be covered by JGC, but the other 2 will be covered by my office. So that'll be around $600 for those 2 events. But that projection is assuming that we will not be providing catering for those events, which is not completely decided. But as of right now, it's projected that those 2 events will cost around $600, leading the total amount for special and grant projects to be $5,543. So then, assuming that all of that was covered, then our remaining budget is operating, which is $5,460, as I mentioned before. The majority of that is unallocated, and we have been and hope to use that for tabling costs, marketing, equipment for the technology subcommittee, staff quarterly retreats, office supplies, printing, things along those lines. Basically, what we need to keep the office running. So total for food, as I mentioned before, it's $3,300 we are asking for food. For honoraria, it's $6,650. For projects, $5,550. With the total request of $15,500. That is all I have today, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Senators, any questions? Lucan.
Hi, Sydney. Thank you for being here and for presenting, and thank you for the great work you guys have been doing. It's been awesome. I'm just curious, how many people are in your tech subcommittee?
We have 5 developers and then 1 unofficial lead that is not getting paid.
Cool, thank you.
Nothing else? No, don't ask questions or raise things about the proposal when we get to discussing and voting on it that you didn't ask to the presenter. Please. Well, Cindy, thanks so much for taking the time. No other executives? Okay, let's get to executive office members' reports, beginning with the IVP Chief of Staff, Casey Carnell. Anna Zainu?
Wanted to go first.
Oh, oh, you gonna let that happen?
He said he'd be quick.
Yeah. I was saying yours is separate, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, right?
Yeah, do you agree to,
Yeah. Alright, so I'm here requesting $90.51 for a poster at Late Night Study in the library. We, IVP and I have been emailing library people regarding this initiative. We thought it'd be fitting for the MOU, within the MOU to have this sandwich board within the study rooms there. And it's it'll be operated by the library. We're basically just going to be funding like a amenity, I guess. So that's basically all.
Was that it?
Yeah, I was all.
Left it on like. It wasn't punctual, yeah. Okay, any questions? Wait.
Yeah, sorry, I think maybe I missed it, but I think I first heard like poster and then sandwich board, so.
Yeah,
like-
it's we print the poster.
Sorry, it was, because the floor is still yours, was that the question or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if we could just like, try to establish a habit with the speakers of letting senators finish the questions, please.
Thanks. But oh yeah, can you finish clarifying? Thanks.
Oh, yeah, it's just we're printing the poster and the libraries and give us the sandwich board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they'll put it up and
Thank you.
so we're just gonna put it on the sandwich board.
Yeah, this has been in the talks / plans since fall quarter, since we secured the late night study hours. So now that I think about it, it took less time to secure the late night study hours than a poster to advertise. And that's just the delays that are kind of endemic to cross-department collaboration. Or gauchos. Any other questions? Lee?
Sure, in one of the study, just one study room.
We thought of, getting it on the 3rd floor. As a matter of fact, thought of putting it on the exit anyway, since people will be leaving and they'll get to see AS funded their stay at.
Hello? Cool, thank you, Sainu. Casey, did you hear the agreement?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
I do agree.
You have 10 minutes.
Let me put my presentation up,
Yeah, right. I'll leave if possible.
please. Okay, I'll get started. I'm here to request funding for the Office of the Internal Vice President's winter quarter retreat. So this is just a budget overview I'm gonna start out with. I'll start out by explaining the overall idea of our retreat. It's going to be a collaboration with UCLA's AS Internal Vice President Office. And we are going to be holding a conference with them
in which I'll go into more detail in the agenda. So we will require lodging in LA for one night, as well as a conference room, the built-in per diem money for meals and gas money as well. And that's the entirety of our budget. So we're requesting 4,200 from Senate unallocated. You can go to the next slide. Okay, this just accounts for travel time. I just wanted to be incredibly thorough, so you can go to the next slide. This just talks about the UCSB x UCLA ASO IVP conference. We're going to be holding it either at the UCLA Conference Center or in a conference center at the hotel that we're staying at, which is slightly off UCLA campus, still in the greater Westwood area. And we're going to be doing essentially like each ASO IVP is going to present their projects from this year thus far. Then we're going to do a panel and breakout sessions with like the respective, each member of like each office will talk to their corresponding member in the other office, talk about projects that have been done on either campus, and hopefully lay the groundwork for cross-campus collaboration going forward the rest of this year and moving forward into next year as well. UCLA ASO IVP is something that we think is particularly interesting. Obviously, they're an incredible institution, but they have over 100 staffers in the IVP office. And so it would be really awesome to get to hear how they handle such a like large scale office and see how we can employ some of the things that they're doing on such a larger scale to our slightly smaller scale of an office. And then once UCLA leaves, we're going to be doing an internal workshop within our office specifically. I wrote technicalities of the workshop are still being arranged, but we're planning on doing public speaking and like communication norms within AS, both verbal and written communication norms within AS, and hoping to get a speaker from UCLA. And then the next slide is just technicalities of, you can go to the next slide, please. Sorry. We're going to be doing a bonding dinner in which we're going to get PR and media coordinator content, as well as some photos of our office. And then at night, we're going to be doing staff bonding and team building, including AS-based games, like Name That VCU, AS Jeopardy, similarly to what was planned, what was played at AS1, etc. And then the next morning, we can skip to the next slide. We're just going to be departing from LA, hopefully doing breakfast and office bonding in which we will discuss for underclassmen, our future plans in AS, talk about what areas we're thinking we're wanting to go into moving forward, and hear from our members who are graduating about their plans post-graduation. And potentially a lot of us are in similar career paths, potentially hear about opportunities from our other office members. And then we're going to be on the way out of LA doing a historical or government site visit, probably like Los Angeles City Hall or the Civic Center, and hoping to book some time to speak with local governors there. And then we're going to head back to UCSB. You can go to the next slide, please. This is just a detailed cost breakdown. Obviously, this doesn't all need to be like gone over right now, but I just wanted to provide my reasoning for requesting this sum of money, including the details of the conference room and the lodging specifically breakdown. You can go to the next slide. Now I have our justification for this retreat. So I'm going to start by talking about our fall quarter retreat that we had for our office. I would say we had an incredibly productive and like effective retreat fall quarter. We started off with a local leaders panel. We met at the Courtyard Marriott in Goleta with these local leaders. And so we kept it more local last time. And this time we're looking to just take it slightly larger scale and go down to LA, collaborate with UCLA. We talked with members of Santa Barbara City Council, the president of Isla Vista Community Services District, and the former student body president of Westmont College, who interned with Kamala Harris and currently works with the Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association. So we got to hear a lot about internship opportunities in DC and in federal government from him, which was incredibly interesting. We had a panel that we led there, and we had prepared questions for them, heard about current projects, heard a lot. It was incredibly interesting learning about a lot of the work happening in IVCSD. You can review that later. You can go to the next slide. Then we had an organizational and planning workshop to set the tone for the rest of the year. Again, I won't go into full detail, but we essentially reviewed legal code, cross-referenced it with what we've been doing thus far in our roles so far this year, and sort of worked out any gaps or any things that were getting passed over to other people. We all got into our AS emails, ensured like all our communication norms were good with staff members, and that we all knew how to use Slack, and that we all were essentially making the most of all of our positions. And then we did goal setting and reflection on our past quarter. You can go to the next slide. Additionally, why are we going to UCLA? This is because IVP Lala has started the UC IVP Council. So he spearheaded this initiative, and it just is collaboration across all of the IVPs that are currently participating. I believe there are currently 4 participating.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of them is UCLA. And so this would allow us to get office-wide participation, not just the IVPs themselves collaborating with one another. Additionally, like I said, they have an 100-person office, so it'd be incredibly cool to see how they manage that load of officers and hear about the larger scale products that they're doing. And then for the retreat educational workshops that also networking with UCLA IVP members, obviously. And then for the educational workshops, we're thinking of doing a public speaking workshop, as I said priorly getting a member of UCLA administrative staff or a professor to help us lead a workshop. And yeah, you can go to the next slide. And then this, I won't go so far as to read it all out, but I have just some of the projects that our office has completed and or made significant progress on thus far this year. Followed by the point that our office budget is only $14,500 and $12,700 is used for honoraria. And we do not have a fully staffed, we're still missing one position. And so we don't have enough money to be doing all of these like projects that are having a great impact on campus and in IV, and have the time, I have the money and funds to pay all of our staffers. Yeah, we've had an incredibly productive and project intensive year, and this would give us the opportunity to pursue those larger scale events that reach beyond just UCSB and potentially launch us into our futures. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you, Casey, for the detail. Senators, any no questions? John?
This part doesn't have to be questioned. It's report now.
It definitely has to be a question directed to the speaker.
Oh.
I mean, the discussion part is when you get to the discussion.
I'm so curious.
Yeah. I just try to appreciate how great of a budget. I have to say, if all the requests are like this, finance committee job would be so much easier. And did you make that slideshow?
That is a way to manipulate the system. You can't do that.
And yeah, and also want to just say gratitude of your openness and receptive of like go by policy and everything. So just my personal gratitude.
Thank you.
Still not a question, but anything else? Again, like that's the consideration I think I'll uphold much more strongly going forward, is questions should be addressed from speakers here, so please speak if now or all right, thank you, Casey, for the colorful presentation. Appreciate it. All right, no other executive office members reports? I'm seeing you don't want to double up. Administrative reports? Sorry. There's administrative and administrative committee reports. Lovely. Senator reports? Like individual senator reports? Cool. Do we have any unanimous consent to move into section F new business? Consent. Just like consent. Okay, we move into a resolution to establish part. Senators Manikova, Shurkin, Jung were the authors of this by process of elimination. Jung, please go.
Fine. Okay, I will first read out the paragraph that Senator Manikova sent me that she would like to address, even though she's not here tonight. So basically, the purpose of the bill is that there's not much like healthcare information on campus that's specifically focused on health advocacy. The EVPLAs like EVPLA have kind of similar programs called Screenathon or Citathon are great initiatives, but there is still a gap when it comes to helping students navigating healthcare systems and advocate for themselves. Within health and wellness, there is a small department with the one staff member and one student staff member who provide advising on healthcare. And they have hosted events, table and health workshops in the past, but they simply don't have the capacity or funding to expend their efforts and reach more students. Because of this, we are proposing the creation of a temporary committee, which will dissolve at the end of this term, to provide additional manpower and basically provide research and knowledge, whether there's an area where associate students should take on more consistent effort and role on providing more expensive healthcare information to student body. For now, the main project we decided to undertake is the creation of a website, which is there's a footnote link to the document that outlines the structure for a centralized resource hub. Some of the resources we hope to provide including scripts for calling insurance providers and doctors, guidance on handling co-payments, assistance with challenging claim denials, and other practical tools to help students navigate healthcare. In addition, we plan to support outreach efforts and help organizing events as needed. This committee will be functioning as a trial period, allowing us to evaluate whether continued involvement should focus primarily on maintaining and updating the website and more. There are many students who benefit, we believe, from simply having accessible centralized guidance like this. And one comment from me will be, as an international student, I do testify there's a need for that because healthcare system in America is actually very different compared to a lot of international systems around the world. And I concur the feeling that there's a centralized knowledge website or place will be nice. So.
Thank you. Okay. Floor's open. Hepburn.
This says the fiscal impact is negative $1,200. How does that work?
Because it's a payment. So it's an honoraria payment for the temporary committee members. So it'll be minus because it's going out.
Yeah, that's usually how it's listed. Is right? It should be.
Yeah.
Like other pieces of legislation have had the. Sorry, Willow.
Okay, no worries. I just have some questions. Okay, first of all, I think this is a great initiative. It's something I was hoping that associate students in itself in general would be kind of inclined to just kind of be in collaboration when it comes to more health initiatives. I think this is a really good first step towards that as someone who's also a pre-medical person. Because of that, in particular, when it comes to your when it comes to temporary committee, will you be also like I was looking into some of the clauses in this? Are you also going to be collaborating? And could you elaborate more in detail how you will be collaborating when you mentioned about on pre-health, pre-medical students that might be interested to help supporting with their resources to this committee? I think this is a good way in general to also bring more, I think, of the health community into AS as well. So I wanted to hear more elaboration on that too. Sure.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not a leading effort for the committee and everything, but I will just answer to my best knowledge. So if you look at the endorsement list, there's 2 students endorsing the bill, which are both from departments on campus and offices like DSP and Health Equality Advocate and Health and Wellness. So I think there has been like already established connections for Senator Menakova because she is very passionate about projects in this area, and they've already reached out and have potential candidates ready. So basically, all she needs is just a support from the Senate in terms of. But if you would like to contribute any connections, anything, that's totally welcome.
No, harder.
Yes, very quickly, I wanted to first off congratulate you guys on this resolution. I think this is a brilliant idea. It relates to something that I discussed today with the director of Santa Barbara County Health. It was a really good conversation. It looks like I'm going to be pursuing something with them personally, potentially professionally, but I have their contact. They would love this and would love to talk to you about everything that you're doing. So I will give that to you. In addition, I wanted to congratulate you guys. Well done.
Lee.
For honoraria, would this cover, since the resolution goes until the end of spring quarter, I'm assuming, would that cover winter quarter and spring quarter honoraria? And then would that just be for the 3 researchers and graphic designer, or would that also include the health equity intern?
I mean, the plan is we don't think that the bill is gonna like, we always take at least 2 weeks and it's already week 7. So we don't think this quarter is gonna be included for the honoraria, but if we can, then it could be a possibility. In terms of positions, yeah, that's 4 people and 300. Yeah, that's 4 people for a quarter of honoraria, basically. Yeah.
Talk. Is that all? Yeah, I'd welcome one. We thinking that would be saying that. What was the first thing on as well? Wait, one.
Yeah, motion to refer a resolution to establish the HEART Health Education Access Resources and Tools Temporary Committee to Advocacy Committee.
There's been a motion to refer a resolution to establish HEART to the advocacy committees or second Mahis. So second one, no discussion. Pepper. Call the question. Questions been called. There's been Jessica call the question. Suggestion like consent. Seeing none, motion passes. So unfortunately, this has to be done for a second week because my deputy chief of staff is sick and this internal affairs coordinator couldn't be here because of an academic commitment. Last week had to be postponed because they met with staff. This is about the Ivy Underground concert series thing, major project. And staff basically told them this timeline is crazy. Get it together and propose a new date, and they did. I think it's in late April and it works. So it's ready to go. There's just, they weren't here to present, so I would welcome its tabling. Just not indefinitely this time. I think that's what happened last time. Rather to next week's. So we can set that. What?
They can come back.
Yeah. Hello?
Motion to table the HIP proposal Ivy Undergrad to next week's upcoming Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to refer the HIP. Did you say table?
It said tabled or?
Yeah. I got either one, whatever. There's been a motion to table the HIP proposal Ivy Underground to upcoming Senate meetings or second job.
Second.
There's been a second, we're now discussion away.
Call the question.
Questions been called, call the question. Like consent, seeing none, motion passes. I think Carter had his hand up first, sorry.
Yes, I'm gonna make 2 consecutive motions, but recognition, just wanna let you know. Motion to add a bill to create the Harder Maroknian Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship to new business. And it should be in your email box.
Yeah,
It's Melanie, Evan, and you should have it.
if you can, I don't think this is in the format, so it's your choice, but if you could maybe put the title of it in the docs title might be good, so we're not like. Cause it's currently titled like a Kanye album.
Yeah. I can fix that. I can fix it.
Minus the concept, obviously. Go ahead. Wait, sorry, it's been
Yeah,
motioned.
we need it.
There's been a motion to. To the agenda, right? Is that what you said?
It's a new business.
You did say that. There's been a motion to add HMFLGF to new business. Is there a second, Hepburn? Second. There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Wait, look.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Jared, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. You can, it was Carter Hepburn. Okay, feel free. By the way, if we can do this informally, what works best for you guys? I don't think we established this earlier. When something is motioned on, do you want to continue with the things that were motioned on previously and then get to that at the end of that section, or just go with the thing that was just motioned on because it's the most relevant by Casey? Hepburn?
I think that's to stay with what we originally planned, because we've all read that, and maybe we'll have time to read this as we go through those others.
More or less the vibe? Sick. Then if you could add that at the.
Check.
Right, but you have still have to motion things, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I motion to add AS Mobile Food Pantry HIP proposal to new business as well.
Okay. There's been a motion to add a AS Mobile Food Pantry HIP to new business. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. There has been a second. We're now in discussion. Wait, Law.
Call the question.
Questions, call the question?
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Yeah.
I retitled the doc. I don't know if I don't know if the agenda will reflect that. It may be necessary to add it one more time. And the new title should be reflected if you add it a second time.
Yeah, I can do that. Completely fine.
Thank you.
Once we get to the discussion, that's all the things you need to motion on. Right?
Yes, thank
Jones,
you.
did you have something to motion on? Jones?
Motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to update the Environmental Justice Alliance's legal code to accommodate appointments dispute to new business.
Helpful.
It's just there. Is it there? There's been a motion to amend the agenda to add a bill to update the Environmental Justice Alliance code legal to accommodate. Appointments disputes. Is there a second? Harder.
Second.
Just for a second, now discussion. By the way,
Call the question.
question, call the question. Any objection like consent, saying no, motion passes. By the way, you're able to discuss in these motions as well, just saying, like, I know sometimes they're administrative, but if you're like, why, you can very much discuss. Wait, look,
Well, Chair, I just had, okay, because I know we're adding so many things to the agenda, but because of the fact the laser committee has their meetings on Tuesdays, we had something else to discharge to the agenda, but there's no amendments to it. So that's why I wanted to make a motion to add something to that business.
sorry, to reflect that there were no,
There was no reflected
Amendments?
amendments onto that, on the laser committee meeting, that's the agenda. So-
you'd be welcome to motion to amend the previous motion to reflect or to add at the end of it.
That's for action items.
But, oh, actually, it wouldn't be to me, but, yeah, okay, yeah, so it's.
Wait, because this is new?
No, it's not new. It's.
Oh, yeah, it's actually.
Legislation referred out of the committee.
So this, she's not talking about this.
No,
Okay.
no.
This is fine, this is.
Yeah.
I assume there'd be.
Now you're telling. This sounds confusing. So. Okay, everything else was motion on previously, right? So, yeah, I think we start with I'm gonna learn this. HMFLGF? Bless you. Okay, is that on? Can that be like reflected by itself?
I'm trying to highlight everything in orange.
Okay, Article 3.
Are we on my bill?
Yes.
Okay. This has been a long time in the making. We're not finished yet. Obviously, there are quite a few steps to go. But basically, my thought process obviously was that of a pre-law student, person who's looking to get into elected office himself. There's just not many opportunities on this campus to do so. Very, very few and far between the opportunities are. We do have a pre-law journal, obviously, shout out Senator Lucan. We have a couple other entities on campus that do this sort of work, but again, they're either severely underfunded or they're just not within this exact scope. Basically, the idea that I'm bringing to the table today is a fellowship designed to give students at UCSB the opportunity to get involved in governance and to develop the skills necessary to become future leaders in governance, right? So we have the Pyramid Fellowship, but the scope is much different than this is. And it doesn't have the capabilities that this fellowship will have. Some of the things that we've done in preparation for the fellowship would be obviously contacting the partners that are going to be involved. So we've spoken to Congressman Adam Schiff, everyone between Schiff and basically down to the county health supervisor, director of health, the supervisor of it, something like that. Today, they have a really amazing internship program that they've agreed to partner with us on. Basically, students who are involved in health policy get to work part-time with AS, and then they would go and do an 8-week program with the county health entity. And every 2 weeks within that entity, they would rotate and do another job within the grander entity. It's very, very good. We are looking to mimic that, but on a much grander scale, of course. So The fellowship would basically do that, but for the association, it would partner, it would continue that partnership with a lot of different individuals all throughout the community. Literally from the local to the state, to the regional, all the way up to the federal level. I believe everything is accounted for. Took quite a while to write the code. I had to start pretty much from scratch. I was able to incorporate some facets of the Pyramid Fellowship, but not a whole lot because again, it is quite different. And the way that I structured the educational feature, the educational facet of the fellowship was quite a bit different than the Pyramid Fellowships. Just because the expectations and the outcomes that we have for this fellowship are different inherently than the Pyramid Fellowship. I'm not looking to pass this tonight. I don't think we even can. This is probably going to sit in committee for quite a while. Due to the nature of it, it's going to fundamentally change the association in some ways. And so I would definitely like this to get tabled to the executive committee. And of course, I'm willing to take any questions. And by the way, I have to shout her out, Layla Mrognian, who was proxying for Senator Lucan. She's been a Pyramid Fellow for literally a couple of months now, and she helped me put this whole thing together. She's been communicating with all of the different county, state, federal entities and getting those meetings set up very expeditiously. So I wanted to congratulate her as well. I yield.
Shout out to the great Pyramid Fellows. There really are some phenomenal ones out there. Pepper?
I forgot I had to talk, yeah. I concur. Yield.
Lovely. Before I forget, just a very quick thing that doesn't affect the substance at all. But usually you can say that something's authored by a non-senator at the very beginning. So a bill or resolution authored by my mom. But then it has to be and sponsored by and introduced by, usually by.
Yeah.
And then in that section, it's just the senators.
Gotcha.
That's just a very quick fix. Or you could put them as secret sponsors, whatever you want. But that's a quick fix that should probably be made and ready. Senators, the floor is open.
I'm looking to answer any questions. Pick it apart.
Oh, I don't have a question. I'm just gonna make a motion.
We should probably discuss before motion. Lucan?
Firstly, I think this is, excuse me, firstly, I think this is an incredible program. I hope you guys share my enthusiasm at the opportunity to give students these opportunities and support our peers in their future careers and professional careers. Secondly, I'm a little concerned that myself, who was listed as a sponsor or a supporter of the bill, as well as other members of our committee who I've been in contact with, were not communicated with before being put onto the list of endorsed by the following student sponsors. I don't think that's appropriate for any bills for various reasons. But I just wanted to bring that up because I don't think that was appropriate and I did not appreciate that. And thirdly, I want to know what you guys think of this. I think that the work that we do should be a reflection of the association, because I think that we are elected to do work that is greater than ourselves. And as a subline of thinking from that, it is my opinion that using our personal names for programs like this, I don't think it's not appropriate, but I don't think that it sets the right tone for what we should be doing as elected leaders. And so I believe it would sound better as Associated Students Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship or something along those lines. But I want to know what other people think or what my fellow senators think of that.
I told Senator Harder this earlier. I was thinking if we actually have Schiff's backing, we should put his name on the fellowship because it has a lot of aura. If you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think putting a United States Senator's name in an AS program, if we had his permission, would be pretty cool. Okay, that's all.
When I think of aura, I think of Adam Schiff immediately. Yeah, speaker. Ugh. It's gonna come back to haunt me one day. Anything else? Molly's.
Okay, correct me if I'm misunderstanding stuff, but I just don't understand why at this time we should focus on a project like this. I just feel like, especially like this year, we've been doing a lot of internal stuff, and I feel like AS as a whole has not been giving really back to the students. And I feel like there's a lot of work that we can do to kind of make the school a better place, rather than do the work of like a typical mentorship RCO and give like opportunity and like program to people. I don't know. Like, I know this is like kind of like making a committee and stuff like that for this, but I feel like there's stuff we can do to like make the school a better place instead of adding something like this.
If there are no other comments, the authors can respond whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, I don't have to respond, right?
I know.
I guess like if other people share that sentiment, then I'd be happy to discuss that, but frankly, I don't think that many people share that sentiment, so if anyone does, then please let's discuss it, but I think this is very clearly serving the student body in a way that no RCO is capable of, clearly because it doesn't exist. And nothing like it exists. So again, I'm willing to entertain that thought, that line of thought if other people feel that way, but if no one else feels that way, then it's probably not worth it.
Luke.
I just want to add to my earlier point for context. As far as I'm aware, the only named fellowship or program we have within AS is the Pearman Fellowship, which is named after someone who had passed away. And I think about the optics of passing something with this name. But again, Senator Malhis, I very much disagree with you. I think this is a super amazing program that is going to benefit students a lot that we should be pursuing as an association.
Carter.
Yeah, I'm really not that tied to the name. In all honesty,
don't do that.
yeah, in all honesty, right? Like,
Voices.
in all honesty, this is a very difficult endeavor and many hours of communication and discussions have gone into it. And so I just have a very deep personal connection to it. I'm very passionately committed to the project. And it literally feels like a child. I don't have any kids, so this is the closest thing I've got to it so far, as of yet. Hopefully it's like that for a while. But this is the only child I've got. But I'm not committed to the name at all. It could be something else. We can change it in committee. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about it. When I bring bills to the table, the way that they are, I'm very rarely committed to it because the process of this legislative process quite literally is to change things. And the first time that you bring it to the table, it's essentially a rough draft, just waiting to be changed in committee. It's really the idea that I want people to ponder, but much can be changed.
The orders on Onoela, but I just call two quick things. So therefore be enacted clause, that's all new legal code that would be added, right?
Correct.
So that would also have to be made red just to show that that's being added. And also the formatting is like unique. It goes into like an Arabic right to left at one point and then reverses. Again, small things, but just like.
Oh, I have comments on that. I know it's got like this wave, right? Yeah. So the formatting happened that way because of, long story short, I'm not even gonna give explanations. I understand that the formatting's weird, and if we need to do something to fix that, we 100% can. It's just the way that my computer was formatting it as I was clicking things down.
Yeah.
Oh no. I think this is great. If I was interested in continuing with politics after college, I would especially be very interested in this. I think this kind of works to address the problem that we have of like low-key in our state being kind of off to the side and up from things that are highly relevant, especially with government. I mean, this is a much smaller area than like somewhere like LA where you have basically endless opportunity in this big metropolitan city to kind of do stuff.
So I think this is a great way to kind of get people in like the political science, global studies, like adjacent fields into like their first internship or something like that, you know? So I think this is great because just being where we are in the state, we just don't have as many opportunities. So I think we should try to promote that as much as possible.
Order.
Yeah, one more thing. You kind of
Was the order what he, oh no, what he did?
It completely was. All right.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I was just gonna make a brief statement, and if it's just steps going forward, I'll probably also make a motion as well. But yeah, tying similar events, I actually think this is a great initiative. I also just appreciate Senator Harder for the work you're doing about this, in particular, just for the fact that I think already Senator Ono had talked about it, that the fact that like UCSB doesn't have a law school or medical school, I feel like that our community itself has a lack, I think, of particular resources. I feel like in comparison to other university might not have been established, and I think it's always great, like it was talked about, Senator Abdullah about that. I think associations should be providing opportunities back to the student body. And this actually, in my opinion, when creating particular committee or unions like this actually can help provide more resources to students that are looking for more graduate opportunities. So I think this is great. And because of that, I think that after towards this after in particular, I might make a motion just to refer this to a committee. So just say that I'm in support of this. I think that if there are any logistical matters, we could fix that in a committee and figure it out afterwards about names and stuff. So yeah.
Gone a few times over the twice speaking orders, or if you want to wrap it up.
Much of them are responses though.
Sorry?
Much of them are responses.
Yeah, it includes that, but I'm not like forcing it too strongly, but maybe just wrap it up.
Yeah, one more thing, because Senator Ono reminded me. This also is solving many birds with one stone, but one of them is the lack in our ability to communicate our needs and wants to our higher ups, right? Like, for lack of better words, people don't listen unless you give them something. And even if they're our representatives, and if we give them a trained staffer that's willing to work very, very hard, they start listening. And I found that out in my discussions with these people. Like, to put it really frankly, I would not have Adam Schiff's number if it wasn't for this program. If it wasn't me saying, hey, we're going to give you someone. We're going to help you with your program. We're going to make your life easier. And that's part of my thought process, is like, it helps AS immensely. It helps the student body immensely in so many ways. It helps them in many ways. Like, it really is a win-win-win-win times a million situation, in my opinion. And anything that's wrong with it that I'm not seeing, very, very happy to address it and make this work as good for everyone, as many people as possible. So thank you guys for your comments.
Lee.
Yeah, I really like the intent behind this bill. I also think it'd be really beneficial for people in various majors, including econ, political science, our HPPGL major. But I had some questions. So with the fellows we placed in an AS entity and also having like an internship fellowship with like our community, state, local partners, so that it would kind of be like a Pierman fellow and extension. Is that right? Could you clarify?
Kind of in some ways, yes. I should have addressed this when the Pierman program bill, when the other bill came. But I personally think that the Pierman program, the Pierman fellowship, can be bolstered in a lot of ways. Specifically the curriculum. I think it will solve a lot of problems with coherence that we have in the association. And so in some ways it is similar to the Pierman fellowship. In other ways, specifically the internal curriculum is completely different. Like the amount of times that the fellows would meet with each other, the things that they discuss, not only the amount of times that they meet per quarter, but the amount of time per session that they meet would be different as well. And so there are some fundamental differences, but there are also some fundamental similarities. Because of the differences, I personally wouldn't say it's an extension. It is a different thing, very much. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I do.
Is it a question directed at the author again, or?
Yeah.
We like far exceeded the general.
Once.
No, not you. It's just like the amount of rounds and the time, but maybe we can make this last exchange.
To that point, would there be like a pyramid fellow and a to be maybe renamed like government fellow in the same entity? So for example, like in the IVP's office, would there be a pyramid fellow and Harder Miro Kinnan fellow in the same office? Could that be a possibility?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that as of right now, yes. Again, very amendable to change. I want to optimize things. I don't want to make things more difficult in any capacity. So in committee and in our own times, if we find that augmenting pyramid fellowship may be the best route, perfectly fine with that. It's just as of right now, they're completely incompatible. But again, willing to change things on behalf or for the betterment of the association. Yield.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion to refer a bill to create the Harder Merognian Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship to outreach committee? No.
I think it.
Oh, to executive committee, so yeah.
There's been a motion to refer to create the Harder Moroznian Future Leaders in Governance Fellowship to the Executive Committee. Is there a second, Joan?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Wait, sorry, just something to consider, and this is completely fine. Is under legal code, the Executive Committee is mandated to meet 3 times a quarter. And I believe it can be exceeded. I don't see why it wouldn't be. That would be odd. But just something to consider, that Executive Committee is not like other standing ones that you can rely on to meet every week.
Well, the committee has to meet by next Wednesday, right? To
For honorary?
amend legislative reform.
Yeah, like,
You know,
so there's a distinction between, you know, the conditions we know are gonna happen because things have been referred, but you basically create this reliance on this committee to meet every week when maybe that won't always be the case I'm speaking for the long term. So just something to keep in mind, but it doesn't need to affect this motion anyway. We're in discussion. Did you raise your hand? Please, Moni.
Call question.
Question has been called. Does the objection call the question? The objection on consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Why? Guys, these follow-up motions should be like way below. We've added them on and then we're considering them here below. The other ones that amend. See what I mean? Okay, Moni need to motion this one? The EJO one? Oh, you did, okay. Do you wanna motion the other one or?
I have a motion though.
No.
This whole time, I've been trying to fix the order because the motion was put there twice and then it got deleted and then.
Buffered, this is what I'm talking.
No, there was a motion here to add the bill with the first and second, and now the motion is gone, and now it's just, there's something happening with the agenda. Is why the order is so weird.
Okay, well, we just gotta go with what's on there. So are you motioning that first or are you going to the EJO?
I had already motioned it on. But the actual motion language is not there.
Oh, got it. Yeah, we can. Happens. I'm asking, do you wanna do this one, the standardized one, or do you wanna talk about EJO?
Well, I believe the HIP proposal, the mobile food pantry was next, technically in.
You're right. Yeah, the order is just.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. Order, no, you can speak on the food pantry.
Do first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this has been coming up for a while. Shout out Neo for really putting this together. But basically, we're gonna do the pending approval, obviously. Mobile food pantry, we wanna put it out in IV. And My committee will staff it in collaboration with outreach. I think originally this was, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Harder, just a product of the initial food crisis that came up during the government shutdown. Obviously, that has since ended, but I wouldn't put it past the federal government for that to happen again. So yeah, this is gonna be collaboration between outreach and advocacy, and the staffing, because it's done by our committee, helps keep the cost down significantly. But yeah, I think this is a great idea, and I'm glad that we can get it moving forward.
Everything you just did. Yes, everything you just did is deleted. Sorry. Is it better if we just redo it real quick? You know.
We can just, okay, under. I really do not like this, guys. This is why it's whenever possible, please send things out ahead of time. So there's not this whole like amend and you don't know what's going on. It just makes it slightly harder.
Can I explain what's happening real quick?
Sure.
So because we have to amend the agenda and add it, all these different bills, that's one line. And then the second line is actually having the bill itself with the authors. And then there's the next line with the motion to refer it to a committee. We had it in a certain order and then it started, I don't know, glitching, and we had the same thing twice. So you delete one and they're both deleted. And then for some reason, it's in a different order now, and all the motions that we just made to refer your bill is gone. It is
It happened, it's in the ether, it was Wayland Jung, right? We're first and second, and it passed, and the minutes can reflect that, the recording can reflect that. We're chilling, it was updated, it was sent to the executive committee, right? I'm not tripping. We're fine, we're in the discussion for the mobile food pantry, sorry for the delay. Harder, if you wanna speak on it.
Yeah. So I think Senator Ono conveyed the intent very well. I just have one addition that contributes to the significance, the necessity for the project. Obviously, the government isn't shut down anymore, but according to the Daily Nexus, about 48% of students at UCSB are experiencing food insecurity in some capacity. So that's nearly half of our student body. That number obviously increased during the government shutdown due to the lack of EBT, but even as a baseline, we have a pretty severe issue with food insecurity on the campus. And the government entered a partial shutdown like a week ago. So as Senator Ono has said, it's likely that it's very likely that it's going to happen again, and it could very well affect our students in a negative way. And of course, I will add that this is basically a pilot program as of right now. Depending on how this pilot goes with this relatively small sum of money, we'll consider committing to a much larger venture. But as of right now, this is all we're requesting. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you so much, Senator Ono and Advocacy Committee, and Senator Shurkin as well. I really appreciate you guys' assistance. I yield.
Cool, for discussion.
This is a great project. Thank you, Senator Harder, Senator Ono, and the other senators and Outreach Committee for Advocacy for working on this. I did have some logistical questions since I don't believe it's present on the HIP, but I was wondering what kind of food we would be giving out. And then I know it says operate every weekend, so would that be Saturday and Sunday, or is it just once a weekend? And then how many items students would be able to get? But yeah, I was just wondering about the logistical aspects of it.
I'd be happy to answer. So very apt question about the food, because that is probably the biggest difficulty with this thing. We can only get non-perishable foods that can't be cooked basically, like, for lack of better words, just boxed foods, like cereals and other things of that nature. I have a very, very specific breakdown of what the county's food designations, if you will, are. As of right now, if we do just the food that I described, which would be non-perishable, shelf-stable, non-meat, non-dairy foods, then we don't require a single permit, nothing at all. It's completely legal to just basically go out and distribute it for free. As soon as we start to exceed that, the permit process begins and everything becomes, much more complicated. The pilot is committed to staying obviously legal, but staying below that legal threshold. And then depending on how things go and depending on the data that we gather, what our students' needs, is it more perishables, is it dairy items, et cetera, then we do plan on pursuing the more complicated legal route to answer the food question. And then also as far as the refrigerated trailer goes, we want to test this trailer specifically because we do foresee a future where we get more involved and where we do end up distributing perishables. And we need the refrigerated trailer to do it. And because this is a pilot program, we want to test that trailer. So we're going to be using that trailer for the purpose of distributing non-perishable foods, but the dual purpose also of testing it and preparing ourselves for future use with perishable foods, hopefully, depending on how the pilot goes. The menu card, yes. That's basically the way it works is students come up and they indicate to someone what they want off of a menu card. And then a couple of students that are going to be coming from the advocacy committee that are staffing it will just go and collect those things for them, put it in a bag, and then give it to them. So students don't have to worry about actually going in and essentially creating a logistical nightmare of a million students in one spot, all looking for the same thing. We have people that are, it's their job, it's delegated to them. And the students just have to interact with the menu card basically. And the cost for that menu card is just printing a couple of them, like pretty decent quality versions of it. Looking back though, we don't need decent quality versions for the pilot, so we probably will not end up using the $50 allocation for that. That'll probably just get rolled back into the HIP fund. But yeah, I believe that answers most of your questions, Senator. If I forgot something, please do.
John?
Is there a way for students to still receive food if they don't have an access card?
As of right now, no, they need an access card. Yeah, it's just, the issue is that there's an ethical concern of giving student food that was paid for by student fees to someone else, right? Like, obviously, we just don't have a way of verifying right now. The only thing we can do is take like perm numbers and then do a back end verification, but that leaves us susceptible to essentially fraud, minor fraud, but fraud. So we just, at this moment, we demand an access card pretty much, unfortunately, or at least a photo of one.
If you could answer one more question for me, would the art be happening both days of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, or would it just be one day? And then how would that work for the route? Would it be like they would stop by one place for a certain amount of time and then move on to the next place and there'd be a schedule? And then if the information you just told me, which was super helpful and informative, if you could add that to the HIP proposal or in committee, that would be great.
We definitely want to have it every weekend. The answer to how many times a weekend is going to be dependent on the staffing capability. So we aiming for 2, but if that doesn't pan out, then at least 1, guaranteed 1, but 2 is a goal. We'll basically, long story short, we'll see what happens with the staffing. Our goal is 2 though. And then, yes, I would be happy to add all of the supplemental material to the proposal so everyone can take a look at that. Thank you, Senator.
Nice.
Speaking of supplemental material, I think this is a really good idea, and I know we were talking about looking at the access cards and stuff.
Yeah.
But since this is a pilot program and the goal for it is to not be a pilot program, is to continue, because I think this would be overwhelmingly popular. And this is really serving the students. Is there a way that you're gonna count the access cards and reflect kind of like meeting to like kind of display or like, I don't know, like show how many people are using this? Like, how are you guys gonna do that? Just counting or like, is it gonna be manual? Is it?
Yeah. If you want, I can do both.
Oh, no.
I think it's just a matter of recording the perm numbers that they provide on the student ID in the spreadsheet and just
Yeah.
kind of aggregating that. Yeah, I don't see any more comprehensive need than that.
Yeah, further to answer the question, we're also going to ask, we can't demand, but ask that as many students as possible fill out a Google form as well. That's obviously for record keeping purposes, but also for research purposes. We need to know how to change this thing in the future. It's literally a minimum viable product right now, minimal. Because that's just like how startup culture works, you know, it's basically a startup.
Of course.
As soon as we have a lot of information based off of the minimum viable product, hyper change. So that it's highly adaptable to the needs of the students. Of course.
Is that about all? I welcome any motion to. You think an exec for this as well? Advocacy seems plausible, whatever.
We can take it.
Oh, just one quick comment on that motion. Quick reminder that you guys can get supplies for like zero waste and all those committee for if you test everything.
Good call.
Motion to refer HIP mobile food pantry to advocacy committee.
There's been a motion to refer HIP mobile food pantry to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Lee?
Second.
And a second, now discussion. Part
Other question.
Question has been called, general question.
So
Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, so Melanie, do you want to add the other thing or do you want to address the EJA? Sure.
Okay, so this bill is really simple. It just addresses the request that EJA made earlier during public forum. It changes the number of project chairs from 4 to 5, and it adds 1 student affairs chair. And that's it.
One discussion. No,
I stand by the same stance I had last meeting. I personally do not understand why there's a need to change legal code when we can literally just make it temporary position and let it dissolve at the end of the term. Because in my personal opinion, I don't think we need that much position throughout the association, just not just EJA. And I don't like the idea that not only this is retroactive, but also it's a permanent change of positions.
please.
Another sentiment I want to reiterate, their event history shows that like their like attendance for their event is barely more than the amount of people they have on their board, which I feel like we shouldn't be doing something to expand that amount, like position members, like in the legal code for like a unit that needs to kind of like work on kind of like reaching out to students more, just like in terms of like budget, kind of like that idea of like how much of their, what percentage of honoraria is this unit like kind of getting compared to how much they're giving back to the student body. Just to kind of keep in mind.
Seems like a response from the author, so you can choose. Jones.
I think it's a very like, like it's up for discussion whether people want to engage with that or not. And like, they came and said like, it's more of a range of like 10 people to 30. Some of their events have more turnout than others do. And so, trying to work with our BCUs and, we might have different sentiments, but we want to try to help them out in these situations. And so, it'd be nice to hear what other people have to say about like Jenny's proposition. And so seeing where to go from here.
I can just say just on the laser committee perspective, maybe just for the sake of just figuring out the next step forward. I also just recognize a lot of people's different sentiments towards in particular, just from complete autonomy, just for the fact that EDOT tried to communicate to us and that came multiple times to our committee meetings in particular. They tried to do the best that they can to kind of try to explain their particular situation. They came to Senate, they kind of provided multiple disclosures to our committee wise, and they kind of communicates as example to Senate leadership regarding towards their dilemma and try their best to accommodate in their particular situation. So like as Senator Jones mentioned about, like I recognize about like obviously that their outreach can be recognized a little bit like as fluctuating between the regions and stuff, but maybe depending on the situation, if they can figure out when it comes, instead of allocating, I think, the efficiency more into their legal code and figure out their board position the majority of the year, and they could try getting the situation as resolved as possible, then they can allocate, I think, more efficiency and time to actually allocate maybe towards the student body and actually creating projects to integrate and support. So I'm just saying that they get this at least accommodated this year, get this, again, we're trying to support the PCO, get this resolved, that's recognizing the situation. That's really the intent about this. And I think going forward, maybe just figuring out either to refer this or figure out the best way possible overall, just to get this overall issue fixed out. And then going forward, EJ can actually, I think, allocate their time into doing projects. And maybe we can communicate, senators can come to those meetings to give their advice about how they can actually use with that new position, support the student body better, in my opinion. That's just my thought, but yeah. Refer it, don't refer it.
Yeah, this is a question for the author. So if we refer it to the committee and then we change like content into like the dissolution rather than expanding of legal code, would that be like aligned with your intention? And that was a question for like Robert's rule, is like friendly with the original intent. Is that what it called? Like when you change the motion or change anything with the bill?
That's for motions.
Okay, fine, but I just wanted to clear the term. It is, like when you change the.
Yeah,
bill.
for motions, but I'm thinking, what if that applies to, if you render a bill unrecognizable? It doesn't really relevant.
Yeah, but I would just wanna consult that, are you okay with that, or, cause I don't think these stands are mutually exclusive. I'm all for sustaining their size, but just not expand it, because I don't see the need to do so.
Jones?
I mean, I think that that's fine either way, as long as we have people who are interested in working on this actually show up to committee and give their input. And have them there at the same time so that they are aware of what's going on their own bill for their own board. Because it is also an option to later use the same template for a bill and to just lower their positions back to what it is currently, if we don't want it to stay that way, if we wanted to make it temporary. But again, like, we can be flexible with it. The point is to try to help them with their current situation and get them moving forward, whichever avenue we take, but it'd be nice to take some sort of action with it now and not just put it off till later. Which committee?
Jones?
Motion to refer a bill to update the Environmental Justice Alliance legal code to accommodate appointments disputes to liaison committee.
Is it a motion, been a motion for a bill to update the Environmental Justice Alliance legal code to liaison committee? Is there a second, Wayne?
Second.
Is there a second discussion, Hepburn? Call the question. Calls. Additional question? Any objection, I consent, seeing none, motion passes. Because I won't be here after recess, I'd probably just bring this to people's attention that under action items, there are some which are referred out of committees which are being motioned on, or I can see the excited access, I guess. But chairs, please, I hope you know that the only option is very much not to motion it on while we are in the Senate. You can send them in beforehand. They can be added on and referred to in order, so at least people have some time to view it beforehand. We want to minimize as much as possible things being motioned on in the moment. People have no idea what's being discussed. Lucan?
I move to amend the agenda and add a resolution in support of AB 1650, slam the brakes on ICE Act. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You got it? No? There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add a resolution in support of AB 1650, slam the brakes on ICE Act. Is there a second? Hepburn?
Second.
There's been a second, no discussion, Laidlaw?
Call the question.
Chance we call the judge, call the question.
Consent.
Object, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. So Strickland and Lucan as authors, Lucan, feel free.
Yeah, this was completely done by Senator Shurkin. I wanted to support her on this. That's why I'm the second. It has support from other senators at the table here today. I think everyone should read this and read the attached letter, which this resolution proposes we send in support of this bill. The California State Assembly, sometime before we hopefully pass this next week. And I would recommend that it gets tabled to advocacy committee. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Michael.
Yeah, and just to provide more additional context, 'cause I was also working in collaboration with Senator Shurkin alongside other senators to help push this forward. But it's simply this particular policy is like a UC statewide kind of statewide movement that's happening in particular, just showing from the various ASs and also similar solidarity movements towards a similar policy. So it's just simply just a recognized sequential movement that other UCs are doing currently right now with this policy. So simply that's what it is. And I commend Senator Shurkin, who's been advocating towards this, and as long as other senators who are working together as a team to support document students, I would say that I also testify towards that. Not really anything I would say too substantial, just more solidarity and like recognizing and support. And again, I can say that this could be referred to as a committee or so, yeah, that is short comment.
We're in discussion. Pardon?
For discussion.
There's more discussion on the resolution has been, as in like the floor is open type thing. Understandable. Pardon?
Yeah, I motion to refer a resolution in support of AB 1650, slam the brakes on ICE Act to Senate Advocacy Committee.
There's been a motion to refer resolution to support AB 1650, slam the brakes on ISAC to the advocacy committee. Is there a second, Mahis? For a second, we're now discussion. Hold up, questions been called, judge call question. Objection by consent, seeing none, motion passes. Jones.
Motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to standardized ASUCSB departments.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda, add a bill to standardize ASUSB departments. Is there a second? Pepper.
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion harder.
Call the question.
Questions, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection, consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Jones, feel free. Are you one of the alders or mine?
Senator Sussman.
Sussman, Young, Tan, Manikova, Young, you're the only, you've won the battle royale, you speak.
What? Do that after recess.
Yeah.
When he's
Oh,
here.
yeah.
We'll be back.
Oh, okay, let's just go to recess a minute early.
Yes.
Okay, when we come back, it'll be Senators Jones and Sussman. Sharon, it was lovely being with you guys. See you next week. We moved to 15-minute recess. I don't know if I said that.
Yeah. Good, how are you? How's life?
I saw.
Oh, that was quick.
The first one that asked item, I thought it was so quick that after that happened. Yeah, now ocean. Yeah, let's be wrong, like blitz, okay?
Whenever we do that, something goes wrong. I'm gonna be honest.
It is on the agenda.
Not to be a Debbie Downer.
What, hold a meeting?
No, be a senator.
Okay, all right, guys, we're gonna
We're like,
order, please, order, please. We're not gonna be able to get through everything this evening, so we do need to speed run the agenda. Let me just get the,
Personal best. 5 minutes.
let me just get it up on my end real quick. My apologies. Yeah, let's do that. Senator Mullies.
we already know that we're not gonna get through everything, then what's the point of speeding through it? Because whenever we speed through it, we always get an email afterwards saying like, oh, you guys messed up or you guys forgot to do this.
There's certain things that we need to do right now, so do I have unanimous consent to move into item L, appointments and resignations?
Consent.
So are we finished on a discussion on a thing that was on the table? I think we should finish that and then.
Sure. Because I was not here. Can someone please refer me to what was on the table, Senator Johnson?
It was the bill to standardize ISUCSB departments and board commissions and more.
So, yes, I yield chairship to Senator Jones.
Senator Sussman?
Okay, so I wrote this. Essentially, I'll pose the question to the body, and that is, do you know the difference between a board, commission, or unit? Do we have the infrastructure in place to define what that is?
Senator Ono?
No.
No, we don't. So this bill, what it's doing is creating 5 separate departments in the association. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but you can see them inside of the bill. Under this bill will exist boards, commissions, and units, properly laid out as defined in this bill. And how funding is distributed to these boards, commissions, and units has not really been taken into account for years. So that's what the first portion of this bill is simply just rewriting how funding should be going to BCUs. The second portion, as I said, is defining departments. Right now, BCUs just kind of exist in a vacuum. They kind of do what they want without any sort of overview or oversight besides the Senate. And what this does is it assigns BCUs to a certain category. And this is merely just to focus on the scope of what they should be focusing on. So we have in this bill, as I stated, there's 5. There is the Department of Student Advocacy and Representation, the Department of Student Services and Infrastructure, the Department of Programming and Media, the Department of Governance and Community Engagement, and the Department of Enterprise and Operations. Similar to what we have right now, but rather than BCUs being enterprise units, philanthropy units, media units, so on and so forth, it's actually categorizing them into classifications that make sense as a whole and has benefit to the student body, something that this association is deeply missing. And in section 2, you'll see the definitions of a board, commission, or unit. Unfortunately, some of the existing entities in this association will need to reclassify. For example, ASAC, the Investment Advisory Committee. That's not a committee. Committees are only belonging to the Senate. So we would need to reclassify. There's very few of these that will need to reclassify as a board, commission, or unit. And the biggest thing is that this association has failed to make BCUs non-exclusive or non-excludable and open to all membership. So that's what BCUs are now defined as in this bill, is something that is open to all bodies, to all students, and it differentiates an RCO versus a BCU versus a department, something that's clearly laid out in this bill. Now, the only thing that's up for interpretation and that does need to be worked on in committee is whether or not we want departments to be headed by students, students that directly report to the Senate weekly or biweekly, and to the president, biweekly, weekly, whatever that might be. And if we want to create those positions, what this will do is essentially they'll report on all the finances of each BCU. They'll meet with the chairs of each department, or they'll meet with the chairs of each BCU, and they'll report directly to us. Essentially making sure that we don't have to go through minutes and allocations, reading one by one, and ensuring that financial motions are communicated to the association as wide. And the last thing is simply just reorganizing the BCU election process and timelines that Melanie and I worked on over the summer. the previous legal code referred to it as BCCs, boards, commissions, committees. That just doesn't exist. This association has failed to update how BCCs are operated, what they operate as, and what they are defined as, something that's just needed in basic governance. So I really, really recommend that we adopt this bill. I would recommend that we table it to executive committee because this inherently affects the entire association, how it's structured and how it's defined, because that is something that has been deeply missing. That's it. I worked on this yesterday. I could not sleep, and I am proud of this little baby that I created over the night.
Sorry, a raccoon just like slinked by us. My fault.
Outside though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
For now. For now.
Senator Wahidullah?
Or Senator James.
Yeah, I'll just make one
Oh,
quick.
sorry, sorry, to go down the list of authors.
Thank you for your respect. I will just keep it short. Concur with the feeling, concur with emotions. I think everybody in the board, I think I would say roughly 95% of people concur with the feeling as well. I don't think it's worthy of waste a lot of time because I think everybody can tell it's a really big change and still need to be referred to committee, and probably if people have comments and suggestions, please come to committee. I will recommend it go to executive just because how important this is. And yeah, let's just speed on this, okay?
Senator Wahidullah?
Yeah, you're right. I was gonna make a quick question about stuff I can just mention about executive committee just for BCU stuff. But yeah, motion to refer.
Oh, wait, sorry, that would be a separate.
I said.
Senator Lucan?
Yeah, I want to encourage everyone to, when you get the opportunity, if you haven't already, read through all of this legislation so you understand what it's doing before you vote on it, and so that we can all contribute something valuable to the conversation, because this is I think it's a fantastic thing to do, and it's important that we all as a Senate understand what is happening. So that one, basically we know what we're passing, but two, so we can communicate that to our peers, to BCUs when we interact with them, and to others around campus who will be who this change will affect.
Senator Harder?
I would refer a bill to standardize ASUCSB departments and boards, commissions, units to executive committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to standardize ASUCSB departments and board commissions and units to the executive committee. Is there a second? Senator Wahidullah?
Second.
Motion has been seconded. We're now in discussion. Senator Ono?
Call question.
Question has been called. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Anything else for new business, Senator Leakin?
I think that last week, the internal controls compliance proposal was tabled to this meeting, but it's not an agenda.
You wanna get it, Seema? Can you get that on the agenda, please? In the meantime, if the authors would like to start speaking on the bill while we get that on the agenda. Author, would you like to speak on it while we get it on the agenda?
Yeah, there's nothing new to say from the last two meetings. The only clarification that was an issue last week meeting is that the name of the account specifically that it would come from is the improvements fund from capital reserves. So last week I was calling it the capital improvements fund, but it's specifically the improvements fund from capital reserves. It was a $32,000 proposal, and it would add things like the minutes website, the standardization of the minutes process, and where we can have line items of expenditures and things like this.
It's reflected on the agenda, everyone, under new business.
Okay.
What information? Is it new business, or since it's been new business the last 2 weeks, should be in action items?
We technically didn't take any action on it. We just tabled it to the next meeting. It hasn't been sent to any committee yet, so.
It's not legislation.
Yeah. Under action items now.
Senator Lupin.
Like, for example, it could just be a motion to pass the proposal and approve $32,000 from capital improvement or the improvements fund under capital reserve or something. That could be like a motion that we do to pass it, for example. It wouldn't be like adopted though, because it's not legislation.
If you have that motion language and you would like to make the motion, we can send.
We're in action items, I got you.
Anything else for new business? Okay, then I will yield the chair back to Senator Sussman.
Wonderful. Do I have unanimous consent to move into action action items, item H?
Consent.
Consent. Let's get ecstatic about it. Our first item on the agenda is, sorry, Senator Lupin, I'm gonna move yours to the. Our first item on the agenda is a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability referred out of executive committee with amendments by Senators Zhang and Menakova. Senator Zhang.
Yeah, cool. Simple, quick, easy, just to, if you ever read the policy 15, it's very incomplete and this is just a complete version of what conflict of interest substantially actually means. And a few procedure addition to the, whether it can be motion, whether it can be second, and whether it can be discussed with persons who have involved in conflict of interest. So, this has been referred out from executive committee with amendments that was discussed. So yeah, really would like to get it passed tonight.
Since the second is not here, I welcome any motions or discussion on the item. Senator Mahis.
Motion to adopt a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms.
Thank you, Senator Mahis. Before we move into a second, I'd like to welcome Judicial Council Member Harriet with unanimous consent of the body.
Consent.
In the last part of it, it has a line where it says the judicial branch reserves the right to pursue legal action if determined necessary. And I'm wondering like what the vision is there? Like, is that us or is it someone over our heads?
Senator Zhang.
Yes, it is potentially you guys, because that language was included because it was envisioned that if there's any disputes among two parties, technically we seek judicial branch for assistance. And if you want to seek for like definition of necessary, of like what I mean by necessary, there's a criteria at the end part when it says like, oh, what does it mean by necessary? Like there's a two criteria that mention everything.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I would ask that that be changed slightly just because the judicial branch does not pursue any action. So if it could be changed to either like the attorney general pursues legal act or like however it's written, or whatever action may be pursued, just because we don't solicit any JC cases to be brought to us. It's if people want to bring cases, then we hear what's before us. So that's my.
I'd be fine to quickly amend it, and I also have a question for Harriet. Having it say judicial branch is fine, or would it be better just to put judicial council to clarify?
Judicial branch is okay.
Are there any motions on that item? Senator Mahis, or Senator Wahidola, sorry.
Motion to open a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms.
There's been a.
Do we need a second for that first? Cause I don't know if we seconded. that.
Yeah, I
Yes.
rescind my additional motion.
Thank you, Senator Mahis. That
So-
makes it much easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to make one point also, we forgot to talk about in particular in the last executive committee, as a reminder that we have another thing to change on this. The bill has to be changed to on the.
We're not, order please. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I was saying that on the description, we have to also change that to instead of a resolution to a bill to update on there, because we didn't fix that executive committee.
It's been a motion to open a update policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability in the association. Senator Waheedula, is there a second? Senator Zhang.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second for now discussion. Senator Giusmoni.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question? Is there any objections to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. The bill is now open. Senator Zhang.
Motion to strike resolution and amend it with no.
In all instances,
In all instances.
there's been a motion to strike resolution, amend it with bill in all instances. Is there a second? Senator Harder.
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Lee.
Okay.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Lincoln.
I move to amend the bill and strike the second instance of judicial branch and add attorney general in its place.
There's been a motion to amend the bill and strike the second instance of judicial branch and add attorney general in its place. Senator Lucan, is there a second? Senator Heaven.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Hart.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Wong. Okay. With that being said, are there any further motions about the language of this bill? Senator Lucan.
I move to close a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms.
There's been a motion to close the bill. Is there a second? Senator Odom.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. We are now in discussion. Senator Wong.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Is there any objections to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Bill has been closed.
Point of order.
Senator Zhang.
I could, like, I was not keeping up with the speed. Is that okay if I still do it right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Lucan.
I move to adopt the bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanism.
There's been a motion to adopt the bill. Is there a second? Senator Hepburn.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. We are non. Harriet.
I want to direct everyone's attention to part J. And that says AS reserves the right to bill the individual or organization whose vote would have been nullified and voided by the preceding actions if deemed necessary. We're curious as to whether the timeline on that would be if someone, for instance, receives a reimbursement and then is found to have a conflict of interest, but if they would be then billed for that, because that might create some liability that goes over our head.
Senator Zhang.
Yeah, the reason why it was not specified is because it's very case by case issue, to be honest, because you never know when it was reviewed and you don't know when it's disclosed. It's a very, I would say, like a, you know, like can't really predict the future kind of situation. That's why it is not detailed, but like if you, I mean, is that gonna be a huge judicial issue in terms?
We don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Lucan.
I was just gonna say reserving the right to do something doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen. And if there was a question of legality, I think that maybe the association would choose to not like employ their ability to use that right.
Senator Wongese.
I just feel like this bill or resolution may require more conversations with Senate and JC regarding what we should do. So I feel like we should just table this and it can come back another time.
We are still in the middle of first on the motion, so the
Second.
sorry, we need a second.
I think it was second.
No.
There's a motion on the table. You can't have discussion.
second?
Yeah.
Seconded it.
Ms. Hepburn.
Hepburn? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. So the motion has been moved in second. We're now in discussion. If if anyone would like to rescind their motion, we can do so, or we can go on the vote to vote.
Wouldn't it just be a vote?
Or vote, yeah.
Just be a vote.
Yeah, we can vote.
Point of information, what happened?
Motion's been moved and seconded, so we're in discussion. We can either vote on the motion or you guys can rescind and motion to table it to next week.
Yeah, we're in discussion on the motion, yeah.
If there's no discussion, Senator Zhang.
Okay, just quick can I call? I can't call, right? Can I call on the? Oh, I can? Okay, can I make a quick comment before I call? I've communicated with already 11 senators. That's already more than half, almost quorum. I don't think there's more communication needed just because I concur with the comment with Senator Lukin that we basically that language is copied from the policy and procedure, financial policy and procedures in terms of like accountability and financial rights. And if that's approved within the policy, I don't think that's a huge issue in terms of procedure wise. And I believe Harriet just said it's not that huge of a deal for judicial council, but I think we should do the topic. So call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we are now in a vote on the motion. Please open the Lee tracker, Lee vote, to motion 1. Copy the motion language, please.
It's on the top.
Wonderful. Sorry. Yes.
Could you update or the parliamentarian update the absences and?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or did you just abstain?
I know, I don't count towards the vote. Okay. We're missing one.
Harder, right?
No, I didn't. It's just results.
That's 12. The motion passes. Congratulations to the authors. Okay, we are now in a resolution requesting the cancellation of the USSA lock-in fee referred out of executive committee with amendments. Senator Lukin, would you like to speak on the bill or the resolution? My apologies.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for any discussion on it at exec committee. I heard it was relatively fluid, meaning I don't think there are any major objections raised. But I don't have anything new to add on top of what I discussed last meeting. So if anyone wants to ask questions or clarify, I'd be happy to, as well as I'm sure, well, I don't know if Sussan's speaking on it, but I'm sure the first or the second and I would love to discuss more of those questions.
I'll yield to Senator Jones.
Yeah, Senator Sussman.
Thanks. This is so ridiculous what we do. I think Senator Lukin and I summed it up pretty well last week. This is kind of an abhorrent waste of student funds. Right now, USSA is being used for not its mission statement. And the claim is that the school has been trying to rejoin the United States Student Association for years now, and that's still the claim. And in the meanwhile, we're wasting student fees on top of more student fees. And this doesn't prohibit us from rejoining the USSA for some reason. If UCSB is so adamant about rejoining it, they absolutely can, and they can propose the fee again. But with financial stressors for all students, I really recommend that we pass this resolution this evening and bring it forth to the chancellor.
Senator Harder.
Yes, everything you said is true, but can you just speak as to what the amendments that were made were, just for the body?
Absolutely.
That'd be nice.
So in the
Senator Sussman.
in the committee, the only amendment was that it was titled a bill, and we changed it to a resolution. Hence, not changing any of the substance of the bill or the resolution, rather. The amendment.
Senator Ono.
Yeah, that I was gonna say that earlier. It's just that. We cancel it. Please.
Senator Harder?
I motion to adopt a resolution requesting the cancellation of the USSA lock-in fee.
There's been a motion to adopt the resolution requesting the cancellation of the USSA lock-in fee referred out of executive committee with amendments. Is there a second? Senator Zhang?
Second.
Motion has been seconded. We are now in discussion. Senator Lee?
No question.
Question has been called. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. We vote.
Leave it.
These are,
Just a resolution, we gotta vote on it. No, mind. We just gotta vote.
Yeah.
okay, so this is motion 2.
Yes.
Can get copied over.
Mark, if you're absent.
Point of order, motion language is not updated.
Motion 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not updated. No, that's policy 15. We're on.
Thank you.
No, that's the first.
Before I say that the motion passes, we are all aware that we were not voting on a bill to update standing policy 15. Right? Just a clerical error? Okay, then motion passes. I see that you're also an author on the next one, so I can remain the chair.
Sure.
Next is a resolution requesting the cancellation of the Community Volunteer Foundation referred out of executive committee with amendments. Would the authors like to speak?
Sure, maybe the last time. Great way to actually do something about what we've talked about a lot, reducing student fees. I defer to Senator Sussman.
Senator Sussman.
Yeah, listen, I think the argument here is, well, OVO hasn't been active for 2 years, so what if we create a board? Or what if we hire students to, fill the vacancies of COVO? To that, I say, does this really provide any substance to the student body? Is having a volunteer foundation worth student fees, a lock-in fee that is now being asked by the CEC to be increased without AS knowledge or our knowledge for an inactive commission, right? So that's the argument here. But I fundamentally think that even if this board did exist in theory, that it wouldn't be providing students a return on their fees that they bring into the association. I used to work a job called UCSB First. Our entire job was underneath the Department of Development. And essentially what we were, paid to do was to create volunteer events at UCSB, to create philanthropy and to bring, a sense of belonging and volunteerism to UCSB. I think it's already replicated on campus. It's already existent within all of the Panhellenic organizations, which have to have volunteer hours, community service hours. So I genuinely think that even if this did exist, it wouldn't be providing much to the student body with an increase in student fees that it was being asked to do so. So I stand firm.
Senator Zhang.
Motion to adopt a resolution requesting the cancellation of the Community Volunteer Foundation lock-in fee.
There's been a motion to adopt resolution requesting the cancellation of the Community Volunteer Foundation referred out of executive committee with amendments. Is there a second? Senator Ono.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang. Question has been called. Are there any objections?
Objection. We just didn't go over the amendments.
Yeah,
It'd just be nice if just procedurally we went over that for everyone to understand.
Would you like to rescind your call to question? Okay, we're back in discussion. Senator Sussman.
Yeah, the motion or the amendments in executive committee can be seen in neon purple. And it's essentially just giving further information as to why pausing of this commission is not the most appropriate in this circumstance. Which is to say, it's already replicated on campus, as I already stated, and the option pausing would, there would be a likelihood that this commission, which in my opinion doesn't bring much more forth to the student body, could be started again, or simply, would be wasting fees after this pausing period ends. So that's what these amendments are.
Senator Ono.
I also just want to add, and Sean's not here to tap in on this, but basically he has expressed some worry about fee cancellations and requesting fee cancellations from the chancellor. I mean, we're already in it because we're requesting the cancellation of USSA, but he seems to think that that one is more valuable to cancel than Kobo. I just think regardless, as XCOM put in the amendments, like it's just not worth pausing. And I think if we're already requesting a fee cancellation, it's totally fine to throw another one in there if we think it's valid. But just to make everyone aware, his worry is that basically like the chancellor's gonna realize all of a sudden that he can cancel all these fees and just like start canceling a bunch of fees or something. So just be aware of that. But yeah, I think this is worthy of cancellation.
Last thing to add is it's the same thing with USSA. If this commission is determined to be the most volatile and perfect thing for the student body, it can always start again.
Senator Harder.
Call the question.
Motion has been called. Are there any objections?
Consent.
Any objections to consent? Seeing none, moving to a leave vote. Motion three, let's go. Senator Ono, you were the second, right?
Chair, I think colleague.
Holly?
Yeah, I was gonna talk on the fee cancellation resolutions. Are you all still in the middle of a vote? I won't want to interrupt that if you are.
We are.
Okay, I can wait. I was just gonna elaborate since Sean isn't here to chat more about the perspective we have, but don't let me interrupt the vote. So if you want to come back to me and you want to hear it, let me know.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back. Yeah. Senator Sherkin is present?
No.
No.
Yeah, they're not, it's not getting moved over like the motion passes. Actually, I understand.
Okay, motion passes. Yippee. Okay, now Holly, if you wanna get back to your point.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of what Sean had been mentioning over the last probably week or so, or maybe some in conversation with you all individually before, is really like, I guess kind of when you boil down what makes Associated Students a legitimate government, and by legitimate, I mean like you have the authority of governance and to be able to collect and distribute fees. And a huge part is because of student elections. And so what he has cautioned on, and I also happen to agree with, is really by forfeiting the agency of elections, it kind of gives away some of that authority and legitimacy to the university, in this case, the chancellor. I think that you all are, to your credit, mitigating that by, the Senate motioning to request these rather than just the chancellor doing it just because he feels like it, which would be very different. But really, there is probably a lot more scrutiny from UCOP than we communicate publicly. For example, UCOP has been really upset that we have an investment advisory committee, and they've been requesting that we basically get rid of it. And Maricela has told them no, and Sean has told them no. And so part of what we advocate for you all at that level is really protecting the agency of governance that you all have. So really it comes from that context of when you give up some rights and responsibilities to the chancellor, to the university, and you take it away from voters, it can, in some cases, sort of erode that. That's more of like an ethical consideration rather than like an imminent danger. It's not like eliminating one fee is gonna, be the thing that opens the floodgates and now the chancellor is involved in everything. But it's just something to think about in terms of fees in general is really who owns the autonomy and the agency. And I mean, it's certainly not us as staff also. So that's just something to think about when you're thinking about fees in general is really just where you want the agency and the autonomy to be. And in some cases, what we would caution you that, giving up the right to vote on something may be a bit of a slippery slope. But, where I wouldn't also argue, like I said, that we're in imminent danger of anything, but just something to consider.
Thank you, Holly. I will yield the chair back to Senator Sussman.
We are now in the action item AS internal controls modernization proposal by Senator Lucan. Senator, if you'd like to speak on it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. Again, it's not legislation, it's a motion to approve funding for this proposal. I'm happy to make that motion, but I wanna leave it open for discussion if you have questions before I make the motion in case we'd consider another route.
Sir Johnson.
Have you had discussion with Sean on the proposal yet?
Yeah.
I know he's not here, so.
Yeah.
Okay, and sorry. Yeah, do you want to elaborate on what that was like?
Yeah, I didn't hear any negative feedback, but the idea is that the same as what Holly had mentioned a couple weeks ago, that it's gonna affect their workflow. So they wanted to see how that would happen. I haven't heard from them since then. And I'm very open to anything. This wasn't my idea. I'm just bringing this because after meeting with someone who is the one who would be implementing this, I think that it is a good idea. And that's all, I yield.
Holly?
Yeah, I can just give an update on that. So Noah connected me with Soham, who was the one of the co-presenters of the project. And so Sean and Michael and I behind the scenes have had some conversations. Just so I'll share with you the legislative perspective. What I might encourage, it is sort of meshed right now because it's both a funding request from a specific person or a representative of a company, but it's also a resolution too. So I personally would advise that the way that it's written can be kind of untangled from the funding request itself. And part of what makes that complicated is that whenever we engage in a contract with a vendor, if it's over a certain amount, we go through a bid process. And this funding request has represented different layers of things that would be bid, right? So it's both developing the software, or in the case of it's already developed, that makes it more complicated because we have to have a contract to engage the vendor, it's developed, and then they're paid. And so there's multiple kind of layers, so purchasing equipment, who maintains that equipment, the reservation of the space for the equipment. So I think it would be helpful in terms of next steps if the resolution can be maybe geared more towards seeking a solution for XYZ problem. So seeking a tech solution to manage minutes or to manage appointments, and taking away specific mentions of vendors or specific products, just because that's going to have to go through the bid process. So what Sean and I have been doing over the last couple weeks is kind of figuring out who really needs to be involved in each of those steps of the process. I sent another email out to Soham and Sean, and I've included Noah as well as Michael. And so I know that you all have discussed this over the last few weeks, and I am sorry to say that we don't have any additional movement. Um, procurement takes forever. That's just kind of a downside of bureaucracy. So whether you pass it in this form or not, we still, as representatives of the university, have to go through the policies and the steps in the process. So we'll still, even if you pass it in this iteration tonight, it's still gonna have to go through a bid process, and we're gonna have to bid out multiple different vendors for each of these different steps in the funding request, and nothing is gonna be developed until that has gone through. So my counter proposal to Soham and to Michael at the time was, because it potentially could be a year or even 2 years. I mean, you all know how long it took for Microwave to be implemented. We're gonna have to go through the same process that we did with Microwave for this. And in the interim, right, the finance team has talked about needing a better way to track financial expenditures, be able to track appointments. But we're probably 2 years away from having the implementation of any system. So I can chat more with you, Noah, about like the ways in which the legislation might be amended, or I can offer my suggestions rather. But if you all maybe want to pass a directional resolution to ask Sean and Michael and I to continue working and developing and seek the approval of, that might be an intermediate measure, where there's something documented that we're pursuing this as a solution or an option, but it doesn't necessarily bind to any specific outcome or vendor, because that makes it a little more complicated. I think that might be a good option as well, but we're still not at a point where things can be rubber stamped. And to be honest, it may be a few months at that point, just because, like I said, we're gonna have to bid out vendors for every single step of the process. So that does make it a little more complicated, but sorry, that was long-winded. I can take questions. We can chat more, whatever is helpful.
Thank you, Holly. Senator Lincoln.
I have motion language I think takes into account the things that Holly said. And to basically pass funding for this so that the process can get started, but not pass the proposal itself. If that sounds okay to everyone, and then I can continue to work with all the parties involved to see what else we may need to pass.
Fine to me. Did you send me the motion? Senator Lincoln.
I move to approve up to $32,000 from the improvements fund and capital reserves for the AS internal controls modernization proposal, with any contractual terms or vendors to be brought to the Senate for approval.
There's been a motion to approve up to $32,000 from the improvements fund and capital reserves for the AS internal controls modernization proposal, with any contractual terms or vendors to be brought to the Senate for approval. Is there a second? Senator Harder.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Arno.
Could someone just clarify for me real quick, the capital reserves account, what that covers? I'd like to knowledge of that.
Senator Lincoln.
It's a section of reserves that's designated for capital improvement projects or capital projects generally, like, and I was talking to Sean about this, there's there's specific distinctions for which type of projects can come out of which like specific sub-budget of that, like whatever of capital reserves. So the improvements fund is for capital improvements or improvements to the, I don't.
No,
That's
that's good, yeah.
Senator Sean.
Just a quick question before I call. It is like pay after the system is done, right? Like the funding?
If we have to approve any contracts, so any contracts that happen per this motion language, yes.
Okay, cool. Call a question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to that consent?
Objection. I just don't know to talk before anybody moves on this.
Holly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just gonna add that in the funding section of the proposal, it does say that the payment is made in a lump sum check at the time of approval. If maybe that can be put in the motion as an exception, you can strike that portion of it, but that essentially is unenforceable, so you may want to consider that.
Yeah, based off of the motion, like, we're not approving the proposal word for word, we're approving the motion that the proposal gives us information for. And the motion language, I think, addresses Holly's concern.
Yeah, we would need to either rescind the call to question so we can re-enter discussion or
Yeah.
question, the question's rescinded, Senator Harder.
I'm gonna call the question.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Harder.
Call the question.
It's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Actually, is that, can I make comments right now? No, unless I object. Okay.
You would need to
objection.
object. Yes. Been an
Uh,
objection. State your objection.
I think it's just the motion language is a little bit confusing, is because I was looking at everywhere, so basically the right way of doing would be motion to approve blah 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 with the stipulation that any contractual terms or vendors to be brought to the Senate for approval. Yeah, that's probably why it's confusing.
Senator Lincoln.
I can rescind motion and amend the motion if possible.
Yeah, Senator Zhang, do you rescind your objection?
I understand.
Is the question, is the call to question rescinded?
Yes.
Is the that was procedurally wrong. You should not have called the questions here on second. But do the second and first rescind their? No.
No.
Senator Zhang.
Motion to amend previous motion, adding the stipulation after with
Stipulation
that.
There's been a motion to amend the previous motion, adding
The stipulation that.
the stipulation that
After with.
We're gonna subsidiary motion to amend the previous motion, adding the stipulation that after with. By Senator Zhang, is there a second? Senator Lee.
Second.
Motion's been, motion's been moved and second, we are now in discussion. Senator
Point
Ono.
of order, did the first and second, like, are we motioning on top of a motion, right? Is that,
Yes, it's a
and that's
subsidiary
fine?
motion. Yes.
Okay, okay. Second.
Motion's, let's call the question.
Sorry, my apologies, call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Let me fix it. All right, it's reflected in the original motion now. We are now in the original motion. Senator Harder. Or sorry, Senator Lugar. My apologies.
Thank you, though. I move to amend the motion and strike the last use of the word to.
There's been a motion to amend the previous motion and strike the last use of the word to.
Nah, the second to last.
The second to last word of the word to. Is there a second? Senator Zhang.
Second.
Question's been moved in second. We are now in discussion. Senator Harder.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question? Consent. Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. The motion now reads, after the second subsidiary motion, motion to approve 32,000 from the improvements fund and capital reserves for the AS internal control modernization proposal with the stipulation that any contractual terms or vendors be brought to the Senate for approval. Senator Zhang.
I called two questions.
The question has been called. Is there any objections to the call of questions? Seeing none, we now move into a leave vote.
Any objections to consent?
Are there any objections to that consent?
There was not.
No.
Wonderful. We are now in motion 4. I will reflect the language. The language is now reflected on motion 4. Waiting on Senators Harder, Mohis, and I'm not.
Just if you need.
Senator Jones should be more present.
Sorry?
Senator Jones should be present.
Motion passes unanimously. 7:05. What was that?
I mean, I guess it's unanimous.
It is unanimous. It's not. Okay, I know there's a couple of other financial motions that need to be made before we move on into reports. Senator Harder, did you want to make the financial motion? Senator Harder.
A motion to allocate $10,000 from Senate unallocated to the IVCSD Isla Vista Cityhood Fiscal Analysis Initiative with the condition that an MOU between the associated students and IVCSD go into effect in order to ensure fiscal prudence.
There's been a motion to allocate $10,000 from Senate unallocated to the IVCSD's Isla Vista Cityhood Fiscal Analysis Initiative with the condition that an MOU between associated students and IVCSD go into effect in order to ensure fiscal prudence. Is there a second, Senator Harder? Thank you. Senator Lucan.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator Lee.
I had a question about like Isla Vista Cityhood. Do we know how many students want this to happen? This is just like I don't know what other students are thinking. I know like what other senators think, but just because obviously in Isla Vista, students move every 4 years and they're not here for very long. So I don't know how popular this is because obviously this is student fees and if we're gonna be allocating $10,000, which is a hefty sum, and I know they're asking for more, it'd be prudent to see how much support we have from the student body.
Senator Ono.
I think this is a question of not only do people want it, but like if it's possible, and this is answering the possible question, but I think for a lot of students at this school, they can't even conceive the idea that Ivy could be a city because it's just like never been presented. And I mean, yeah, you're right. Like we are here for like such a short period of time in the grand scheme of things, but I think this is about getting that idea in like generations ahead of like, this is something that we can do. I think it's a good question, but I think we need to address just, is this even feasible? And if it's not, then, you know, we pack up and the CSD can keep running things.
Senator Mohis.
Well, isn't this research for seeing if this is feasible or not? It doesn't make sense to rally it up, like Isla Vista could become a city and then just like propose that to the students with like almost no information. Like I feel like lots of people here like would rather see an analysis on this kind of.
Senator Harder.
You're done, Senator Mohis.
Yeah, I
think we agree.
I'm still recognized, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so Senator Lucan and I were interviewed by the Nexus a couple of weeks ago, and they published an article about this. I've been trying to keep up with the article somewhat, and from what I see across all social media platforms, I'm looking at one of them, like Instagram right now, but there's other ones, is that students tend to support it. And the only subtle objection that there is in fact to the fiscal solvency. No one has outright said that this isn't a good idea. It's just people are doubting the fiscal solvency. And so to Senator Ono's point, the best way that we can give the students the ability to understand, or not to understand, but the best way we can able the students with objecting to it eventually, if that's what they choose, is a fiscal analysis. So I hope that answers your question, Senator Lee, in some way, or at least provide some context.
Senator Lucan.
Yeah, I have three separate but related answers to your question. The first is that not everything that comes before us, we will know how the students feel about, but it's our duty as elected representatives to vote as we feel best represents the students in the greatest capacity we can. So one is I agree that it would be great to have data. like hard data, but we don't have it, so it's our, duty to decide based on that. Secondly, this is something I talk about a lot with people and something that I'm very passionate about. And no one that I've talked to, once I've had a full discussion about cityhood or potential cityhood, has left the conversation with, I have not left any conversations with anyone after discussing cityhood in which they've said that they don't believe it would be a good idea. So from my personal experience, students have been largely in support of it. And third, we as an outreach committee are doing a study on living conditions in IV. And part of that will be a discussion with students a question baked in some way about what they think of this. So we will have data on this soon. And then again, to echo Senator Ono, this would see if cityhood's feasible. It's not necessarily taking a position on cityhood.
A substantive conversation on this item.
So we moved and seconded.
Yes.
Now we're in point of information, sorry.
Senator Giuseppe.
Point of information, I'm a little bit confused as to why we're only putting up $10,000 when they want 25K from us, was my understanding.
Senator Lucan.
Yeah, we can always pass more. I think it's fiscally smart to pass some money, show our support, and then we can work with them to find outside partners who would want to contribute. We can ensure that a solid and sound MOU is put into place with IVCSD. And so it's not fully committing until we have, more substantive kind of reasons to commit.
My approach to the 10K allocation was based very much on what Spencer said when he came. He did openly admit that they haven't sourced much additional funding elsewhere. He basically said, in lack of better words, that we're the first people he came to, which is not a bad idea. We definitely want to have a stake in this situation, but we also want to encourage him to source other funding as well, if possible. Not just for our own fiscal prudence, but to literally attract stakeholdership. So we can take on that lender of last resort role, if you will. But if it's unnecessary, then it would just be fiscally prudent for us to not do that. That was my thought process personally.
Senator Rooney.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense that we don't go all in. I mean, part of it is like he still has to go around and like do this for more people as well, just like pitch it. But I mean, yeah, I totally agree. Like stakeholders, it could be the university, it could be donors, just like other parties who are interested in benefiting us students. So it doesn't just have to be us. And also like the unallocated money, like OTE, pretty low.
Exactly, that was another thing.
Yeah.
Senator John. Question's been called. We are now, is there any objections to the call question?
So
Is there any objection to that consent? Seeing none, because it's a financial motion, we go to a leave vote. Please go to motion 5. Okay, motion passes unanimously. 0-0.
That's called city now.
It's not. Minute takers, please don't reflect that. Senator Giuseppe.
I move to allocate $6,176.68 to speech forensics at UCSB from the USSA fund for their upcoming spring champs tournaments.
Okay.
Texted,
Yeah.
do I have?
Or email. You have my phone number, my email. Yeah. Alex, just let me know when you send it over. Oh,
Does Human Fellowship honoraria come out of the entity's budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
yes. That's written in the bill.
It should be sense.
Unless the Pearman Fellows are members of a senator's, the way that it works, sorry.
Continue, please.
The way that a Pearman Fellowship works with a bill is if, you're appointed to a board commission or a unit, it comes from that entity's allocation. If a senator wanted to hold a single Pearman Fellow, like, one, that comes from Senate unallocated. If the Pearman Fellows work in a Senate standing committee, that comes from the Senate standing committee's budget, or the honorary budget. And it's $250 at the end of spring quarter, one time. Amen.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Did you get it, Kevin?
No,
I should have emailed it to you.
emailed it, wonderful. All right, it's now on the agenda. There's been a motion to allocate $6,176.68 to speech forensics at UCSB from the USSA fund for their upcoming spring championship tournament. Is there a second? Senator
Point
John?
of order.
Yep.
The bill that we just passed would require the chair of the entity to ask disclosure of conflict of interest before any financial motion.
All right, is there any conflict of interest in this financial motion? Senator Hepburn?
As you may know by now, I'm on the speech forensics team. So I will be abstaining from this vote.
Senator Harder?
I have the same situation.
Senator Wong?
Me too.
Cornered.
I know, right? What are the odds?
We're not collusion.
Thank you, Senator Zhang. Senator Giasimone?
Just wanna note, I believe bills don't become effective until 3 days after the pass by the Senate because the president has the right to veto them. So
That's true.
technically, it has not yet taken effect. I still support it. I think conflict of interest reporting is a very good thing.
I'm gonna vote on it now.
Holly?
Yeah, legislation is effective immediately on passage, just. to let you know.
Immediately?
Yes, it's immediately on passage. Yes, it will take between 2 and 3 weeks for it to be updated in the live version of legal code and for the president to sign it, but that is administrative and it is still enforceable by the judicial council immediately upon passage. Just letting you.
Thank you, Holly. Senator Zhang?
Even before the addition, abstention of vote is still in it. It's not in the effect.
I'm not saying don't abstain, but.
Okay, yeah.
Senator, please be recognized. Senator, please be recognized. Okay, thank you, three. All right, is there a second on the motion?
Shit.
Seeing none. Senator Reese?
Yeah.
Motion's been moved and second, we are now in discussion. Senator Lee?
Can I ask why it's being brought to the Senate floor, not the Finance Committee?
Senator Zhang?
Well, since the legislation went into effective, I will do explanation since I don't have conflict of interest. Based on their presentation is because the finance committee, which meet 2 days before this meeting, does not corresponding their deadline, which I personally get a little confused because based on the website, I see their deadline or start date of registration is on January 31st. So I just a little bit confused of why there's a need, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Senator Zhang. Senator Malhese?
I just don't support this being used out of our USSA. Recently, after having conversations with the EVPSA, we wanted to stop doing things that are unrelated to the mission statement of the USSA. Considering our MOU guidelines says that all of this needs to be true to the mission statement of the USSA. In the beginning of the year, we did have precedents of funding just like almost all related travel through the USSA because of that amount of money. But since we have had more scrutiny from UCOP, we have been really strict on this recently. And I would be more comfortable passing this amount of money in another account. Our academic teams and conferences account do not have enough to support this. And if we pass it through finance committee, or Senate unallocated, it needs an exception.
Senator Jean.
Also extra information, because if you're gonna pass from USSA, it's gonna be a MOU, which technically all the approval is not in effect until the approval of the other side of the MOU, which means the meeting day for USSA will be next Monday, and I believe your tournament is not gonna be catching up the date, so.
How much is left in the account that you mentioned earlier? Could it be exhausted and then split the rest with like unallocated?
Ceremonies.
Give me 10 seconds to or 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Certainly.
Can I ask members of the finance committee if this is something they would typically approve?
Senator Jean.
The event? Well, to be honest, I didn't really get a chance to scrutinize the request because I didn't get information about it until 2 hours ago. And typically, this is not per procedural policy because, like I said, the officers don't get to vote on it. The finance committee was not notified before. And I will consider this not by to policy, but up to discretion.
Senator Harder. You're not allowed to speak on the item for the legislation. Is that right, Senator Jean?
Point of order. This is something I was gonna bring up separately. I did not read the bill clearly enough, but I think it's horrible to censor senators. Is that even constitutional?
For the bylaws of the association and policies, now it is. All senators should be reading legislation thoroughly. Senator Moise.
Okay, our conferences account has $117. Our academic teams account has 5,414, but there's a cap of 5,000, which isn't enough to supply this request, meaning that remaining $1,000 needs to come from another account, but there's no account that can do that without the use of an exception. So regardless, they needed to use an exception. We don't want to pass this through USSA because EVP, even if we force it right now and pass it, EVPSA is probably going to decline it. So what's even the point of rushing it? Finance committee does usually approve this. I looked through the thing. Everything is great. It would just be even better if we can get an exception for this, so we can pass it through finance committee or Senate unallocated.
With the finance committee chair member have any recommendation how to best proceed? Senator Jean.
Well, one of the job of being a senator is to make motions. So if people have opinion, just make a motion, okay?
We're in a motion.
Yeah, you can motion amend a motion.
Well,
Senator Moise.
we don't have consent from speech friends. Well,
But you could stipulate it,
no.
pass it under the stipulation, they use their exception.
Yes, but also another issue is Senate doesn't have the right to give financial exceptions. Only finance committee.
Senator.
Can less than the full sum of the money just be allocated and then the rest can be dealt with later? Like maybe the more time sensitive items like hotels or something can just get paid for now through that account. And then you can just come back with the rest later to finance. So. Twice.
We could do 5,000 over from academic teams, but also it's important to note that we're in the middle, almost just crossed the middle of winter quarter, and our entire accounts for conferences and academic teams would be gone. Meaning that any other requests for conferences and teams cannot get approved. And frankly, speech forensics has already taken out of these accounts much more than other RCOs have.
Before I recognize Senator Jean, we do have quite limited time here left. So let's please be quick with the remainder of this discussion. Senator Jean.
Oh, it'd be quick, just one statement. If you read the legal code, there's a reason there's a cap for each of the account that we allocate for specific purposes. That's for more equitable spending across RCOs. And if you guys have kind of read my report, you will see we severely underfund how many RCOs that exist on campus, and severely underfund, especially for academic teams and academic conference, which they also have overlapping accounts that get both funding from both accounts. So that's just my comment here. If people want to act, that's based on their preference.
We're still in the middle of motion. Senator Arno.
And can the account be replenished at any point before? No. Okay, so like. Could we do like less than the full amount of the like the money in the account, like? Sorry, was the budget sent out to the whole?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, cause. It's on the agenda, right, on the inbox?
Yes, it's on the agenda.
Okay.
When is the travel date? Wait, this is informational.
Senator Hepburn, you can speak on.
Yeah.
Question.
It's in 2 weeks, February 21 or 20.
Okay.
Senator Arno.
Okay. The hotel cost, including taxes and fees, is like slightly under $2,000. I think that's fine to just.
Senator Young.
If the travel is in 2 weeks, then
It's
why
in a
didn't they
week and a
come?
half.
A week and a half, okay, so why didn't come to the meeting on Monday?
Sorry?
No, I just think it's weird that it didn't come to the meeting on Monday, but.
Sure, Bobby.
Senator
Okay, so what they said at the beginning is that they had not determined that they were eligible to go to this tournament at that time. Which is why they didn't know that they were going until now. I think it's reasonable that that be included. And frankly, I think it's kind of, the request is here. I mean, we've done this before, like. I don't wanna say like we should just push it along because we're tired, but like we should just move it along for the sake of like, just. It's pointless to just go back and forth on this. Like, we can fund part of it from the account that you mentioned. It doesn't have to be the full $5,000, and then the other stuff can be covered later.
Thank you, Senator Arno. Let's please speed this up. Senator Lincoln.
Do we have a policy, whether legal code or standing rules? Or has it just been our typical practice that we wait a week before passing financial requests?
That's been good faith practice. Senator Moise.
I motion to amend the motion to, let me just doing it, to allocate $2,000 to speech forensics at UCSB from the academic teams account for their upcoming spring championships tournament.
There's
Wait,
been a-
this is not spring champions, this is the more. Spring championships.
There's been a motion to amend the motion to allocate $2,000 to the speech forensics team at UCSB from the
Academic teams.
academic teams account. There's second, Senator Arno.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Hart, or Senator Lucan, I
Call
apologize.
question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, the previous motion now reads the following. Senator Molly, did you mean to strike the previous motion to read?
Is that more correct? Yeah, whatever. That, whatever works better. No.
Or motion to amend the previous motion to read?
Yeah. To read, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not very good at grammar. Not my specialty. That's why I missed my essays.
Okay. The previous motion is now amended. See the vote. We're now in discussion. Item. Senator Arno.
Call question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to the call question? It's that.
Wait, does my motion to amend need a second before I need to call this question?
It was seconded. by Senator Arno. Is there any objections to the consent? Seeing none, we now move into a leave vote because this is financial. Harriet.
Oh, it's supposed to be a secret ballot.
Wonderful.
You guys get
I have an idea.
Yeah.
We should share the vote. People can hold up one for yes, a two for no, a three for abstain.
Can we just text the chair individually?
That's not secret.
And then he decides whatever he wants.
So why don't we just do like the scrap paper?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Texting. Let's just grab a paper, cut it up. and
Everyone close their eyes except Jason.
I have index cards. This is the most ludicrous.
Wait, I also have the next part. Oh, wait, no, I.
Great bill we passed. And they just have the index card.
This is more like Slack, so it's an efficient channel.
No, because that's not.
Correct. They don't even have words. Patsy's done this. Exact.
I bet we can modify this to make it a secret. Sure there's a
So they
way.
they don't really need a favorite for,
Abstain.
yeah, they automatically.
There's only two needed for them.
You guys abstain, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Just say to take your ballot.
Trixie.
Did you know that Walmart is really?
Sarah Jessamine.
I need a.
Wait, should I record on my vote as abstain?
I'll count that.
Because then it's not hidden in public actually.
There's no need to waste that
Hang on.
paper though.
That's fine, Freya's already dead.
Well, it's not ready, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably couple them.
Said it like twice, you didn't hear me.
Yeah, I think you might.
Just for funsies.
Yeah. Don't make a blackjack dealer.
Ask the staff.
Yes, no.
Senator Olayole Latan, would you like to be counted as an abstention?
Yes, please.
Got it. Alright, the motion.
It's so helpful. She wanted to vote for the and she expressed that. What am I helpful?
I think that would be the instead of being rich, so we get to provide.
Wanna ask her if she would vote or what?
Then why like.
Senator Olayole Latan, do you have a difference in your voting preference or do you prefer to abstain?
I prefer to abstain.
Thank you. Fine, Joe. Two, three. The votes are 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 5 abstentions. The
Passes.
No, it's 2/3.
It's 2/3 of the members voting.
It's 3/4 for financial reasons. So,
No, it's 2/3.
It's 2/3. We passed the.
Fourth is for constitutional amendment.
that's what, 4 out of 6, so that's
Bare minimum.
That's exact.
bare minimum 2/3 motion passes.
Okay, $2,000 now, lavish in this.
It's enough for spearmint rights.
It's yes, so it's yes.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 6 abstentions. Okay, let's run through this pretty fast, I request. There's a motion on there's a suggested motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to update elections code to meet elections board request report out of liaison committee without amendments. I'm the author of this bill. I don't think it needs to be added to this week's agenda if no one wants to make the motion.
No.
Wonderful, let's get rid of it. There is some requested motions seen below, a motion to allocate $15,000 out of the Senate unallocated to the Office of the Student Advocate for honorarium programming. Is such a motion present? Senator Lucan.
I think we should save this for next week because it was just requested tonight.
Wonderful. Senator,
Okay, with the 10,000 just pulled for IVCSD, what's the remaining number for unallocated?
That's a question for staff. I do not have the number in front of me.
Does anyone have like a ballpark?
I don't have a ballpark number.
Senator John,
27.
27.
Okay.
Senator Lucas?
I move to approve up to $95 from Senate unallocated to IVP Coordinator Friedrich to print the UCSB late night study poster for Renee's late night study sandwich board at the UCSB library.
There's been a motion to approve up to $95 from Senate unallocated to IVP Public Relations Coordinator Friedrich to print a UCSB late night study poster for an AS late night study sandwich board at the UCSB library. Is there a second? Senator Ono.
Second.
Is there, we're now in discussion.
You take like each off.
Senator Hubbard? Question has been called. Is there any objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Your call. Seeing none, motion passes. Oh, no, we move into a leave vote for $95. Yes, we can do hand votes if you prefer.
Just do this, it's faster.
Yeah.
Do leave vote.
Yeah.
Executive order.
Six.
Leave vote.
Motion 6.
Motion 6, it's $95. I'll update the.
I don't know, man.
Financial motions, or can we do just minutes and allocations after this?
Yes, there
Kind of
are.
a lot of money.
Sorry. Order, please. Order, please. Thank you. Order, please. The motion language is reflected on motion 6.
What is it?
The iPad always gives me trouble.
Senator Reese and Senator Harder.
It doesn't show that.
The motion language.
What is it?
Order, please. Sorry. Senator Harder.
I don't see motion language on here as of yet.
It's on motion 6 at the top. Motion passes unanimously, 12-0-0. Congrats to the sandwich board. Senator Malise, yeah,
Bringing my proxy so we could. The proxy. Positives.
Oh.
Come on, let's go hang out.
order, please. We would need to we would need to go back into acceptance of proxies.
Consent.
Consent. We are now in item A3, acceptance of proxies. Is there such a motion present?
What's Collegeville last name?
How you spell?
I would say it. Oh, right.
Been a motion to accept.
Proxy for Senator,
Judicial Council, can you confirm that a proxy would count towards quorum?
Oh.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's on a 20.
Alright, I don't give consent. You're staying.
Wait, what?
You're staying. We're not moving into
Okay.
proxy.
Senator Zhang.
We have proxy for the first half of the meeting, that's bare quorum as well.
No, because Iman was here.
Senator, or Holly.
Proxies do not count towards quorum. It's voting members only.
The meeting, we also had Wahid. We still had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I counted, I did not count.
Senator Malise, if you leave, then we have to adjourn the meeting.
Oh. My God. I will do it really fast, I promise.
We're still in the middle of a motion to accept a sentence as the proxy.
But I understand the motion.
Presented.
Cool.
Do I have unanimous consent to move back into item
Consent,
G, action item,
consent.
item H,
Could be 11.
sorry.
Our quorum can be 11.
Our quorum can be 11.
Yes.
How?
We have 21
There's
senators.
2% plus 1. 21.
It's more than 50%, it's okay. Is Toledo officially not a senator?
No, he's still a senator.
We'll have
Don't explain.
Order, please. Order, please. Let's run through the last of these motions. There is a motion that there's a proposed motion to allocate $3,295 55 out of Senate unallocated to the office of the internal vice president for their upcoming retreat. Senator Lucan.
We should also save this for next week per our good faith precedent that we've set. I don't know why these are on the agenda.
Senator Zhang.
Oh, okay, then do we not also not do the, for the OSA?
Yeah, we already passed that.
Oh, we already passed for, what is it?
We did not pass it. We said we would.
You
table it to
moved on
next.
from it.
Okay, so are we doing it today or not?
That is.
Motion to allocate.
Order, please, please.
Point of information.
Yes.
Didn't we establish for like standing, not standing public,
Standing rules.
huh?
Standing rules.
Standing rules that all like things that are brought to us like by like public forum or like funding requests are usually done like unless if they're extremely urgent, like in another week. That's like been our like precedence.
No, that's just been that's been good precedent. It's nowhere in legal code nor in our standing rules. It's just been good practice. Senator Zhang.
Motion to allocate $50,500 out of Senate allocated to the Office of Student Advocate for Honoraria Programming.
50.
Oh. Yes. Fine. I understand. I remake a motion. So it's same thing for IEP office?
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine.
Senator Logan.
I move to transfer 2,900 from Senate unallocated to Outreach Committee account number 469 for honoraria. I also sent you guys a spreadsheet that breaks down all the members in our office and the honoraria they should receive.
There's been a motion to transfer $2,900 from Senate unallocated to Outreach Committee account 469 for honoraria. Is there a second, Senator Zhang?
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Ona.
Full question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Number,
No, we now move into hand vote, if you want to do that real quick. All those in favor, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Senator Oleoluton, do you vote yes, no, abstain?
Voting yes.
Yes, 12-0-0.
Cool.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Are there any further financial motions that would like to be made? Senator Jones.
Motion to allocate 11,300 from Senate unallocated to the Office of the President for the remainder of their presidential funding request.
There's been a motion to allocate $11,300 from Senate unallocated to the Office of the President for the remainder of their presidential funding request. Is there a second? Senator Lee. Is there, we're now in discussion. Senator Zhang. Questions been closed. Are any objections to call questions? Senator Lee.
I have a discussion for this motion. Do I state that now or do I just wait to see if the objections?
State your objection, which would be to request to go back into discussion.
Yeah, let's go back into that.
Rescind your objection. If you rescind your objection, then we go back into discussion.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, no, I rescind my call question, we go back.
Yes. You rescind your call to question.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know why we would do this. Last week we passed $15,000. We had a whole discussion on this. And so we can absolutely pass this money, but let's wait to see when we have more detailed budget proposals for these events, things that you, Senator Jung, specified that other is precedent and you necessitate for requests from other groups. I don't know why we wouldn't have the same thing. Again, we want to give the president a discretionary budget. We want to see that these events are broken down, planned for, and that we can work on them. So this is the same discussion we had last week. I have no idea why we would do this.
Senator Joseph Money.
So I'm all for the project the Office of the President is proposing, but the Senate does have the power of the purse, and if these are not either being specified discreetly in the bylaws, or there is not some sort of detailed plan for exactly what money is going where, I think that we are at that point violating the separation of powers in a sense between the executive and legislative branches of this association.
Senator Jones.
Point of order.
Sorry, you can finish your point.
It's the Senate's right to spend discretionarily. I think that needs to be upheld.
Senator Jones.
If there was desire to see an exact breakdown of where this money is being allocated to, and wanted to hear from the president again, has anybody reached out to the president to ask her to come and speak on and elaborate on the budget?
I'm going to yield chairship. Maybe recognized.
Senator Sussman.
Last week you passed $15,000 for the projects. This is for honoraria. This is going to the students that work for her office. She sent me a list of every single thing that she has done, checkmarked off. Everything has been done for her office, for her constitutional and legal obligations, except for veto powers and for executive orders. She has done that because she trusts the Senate. She trusts us. That's a one-way relationship. Clearly, there's some sort of mistrust for the president.
Point of order.
Yeah, that is
Speculation.
a little bit. Yeah, that is
I
very
apologize. But there has been constant conversation of the president has not completed her obligations or her duties. We want to see how she fulfills those duties. She has sent me a list. I'm more than happy to forward it to you all, but it is clear as a friend, as a senator, she has done more than enough. And these projects are to simply just reach out to the student body, something that this association is meant to do. That's all. I yield.
Chair back to Senator Sussman.
Senator John.
Oh, question.
Has been called. Is there any objections to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, we now move into a hand vote. The motion again is to allocate $11,300 from Senate and allocate it to the office of the president for the remainder of the presidential funding request. All in favor, please raise your hand for aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1. Abstentions? 1, 2, 3. Senator Olayole, how do you vote? Abstention? Yes, vote. Yes or no? Not that as an abstention. The motion passes 7-1-3. Or sorry, 7-1-4. My apologies. Okay. Are there any further financial motions that need to be made? Seeing none, we have 4 minutes left. Are committee chairs acceptable to do committee reports next week or via email? Senator Jean?
Motion to bundle, oh wait, we're not at minutes yet, sorry.
There are quite a few appointments and resignations that need to be made.
Point of order, can you just go through them?
Sorry?
Can you just go through the committee reports?
Sure. We are now in item J, committee reports. Standing Committee on Finance,
Skip.
Standing Committee on Outreach.
I defer to the vice chair if you want to say anything.
Senator Harder. Standing Committee on Advocacy.
We didn't meet quorum last week, so if you want to be with us, I know that it's gonna get dealt with this week.
So I apologize. I skipped the Standing Committee on Liaison. If a member present would like to report. Projects and temporary committees.
First meeting will be next week. I'll send an email if anyone wants to join in.
Thank you. We'll now move down the item. We are now on item K, minutes and allocations. Is there such a motion? Senator Jean?
Motion to bundle approval all minutes and allocation.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Is there a second? Senator Molise?
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We are now in discussion. Senator,
Call question.
question has been called. Is there any objection to the call question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We're now on appointments and resignations. I'm going to add the ones on the agenda as suggestions. I apologize. You can see them all there. Would someone like to rapid fire through these motions? Senator Jean?
Motion to add the resignation of Alan Modoni as treasurer for Winter Quarter under HCRC.
Been a motion to add the resignation of Alan Maldonado as treasurer for Winter Quarter under IBCRC. Second, Senator Owen.
Second.
Motion's moved in second. We're not in discussion, Senator Lee.
Would it matter if the 2 resignations and appointments go before bundling and approving it for IBCRC? Or should they go? I don't know if it matters. I just wanted to back with the chair.
Talking about the third, are you talking about the third motion underneath these? I fixed that. It says above now. Yeah, as long as it's reflected in the third, it'll be fine. We're not in discussion. Senator White. Question's been called. Are there any objections to call for the there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Second motion, Senator Zhang.
Motion to add the appointment of Emily Goldstein as treasurer for winter quarter under IVCRC.
There's been a motion to add the appointment of Emily Goldstein as treasurer for winter quarter under IVCRC. Is there a second, Senator Arnold?
Second.
Motion has been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Wong. Has been called. Is there any objections to call the
No.
question? Wow. Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Zhang.
Motion to retroactively approve the above IVCRC appointments for both fall and winter quarter.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve the above Isla Vista Community Relations Committee appointments for both fall and winter quarter. Is there a second, Senator Wong?
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Lee.
Motion to amend the motion, strike above to outline. Outline.
Been a motion to amend the previous motion to strike the word above, replace it with outline. Is there a second? Senator John.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Arnold.
Call question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call question?
Consent.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Motion reads, motion to retroactively approve the outlined Isla Vista Community Relations Committee appointments for both fall and winter quarter. Is there, or we're now in discussion? Senator Moise. Question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question? Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator John.
Motion to retroactively approve the outline book bank commissions appointments for both fall and winter quarter.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve the outline book bank commissions appointments for both fall and winter quarters. Or second, Senator Ona.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Wong. Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call question? Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Zhang.
Motion to retroactively approve the outline strategic operation office appointment for winter quarter.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve the outline strategic operations office appointments for winter quarters. Or second, Senator Ona.
Second.
Is there any, we're now in discussion. Senator Lee.
Question.
Question's been called. Is there any objections to the call question?
Consent.
Seeing none. Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Lee.
Motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Anastasia Gonzalez, Special Projects Commissioner, and appointment of Sasha Velasquez for fall and winter quarter for the Transit Core Commission.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Anastasia Grizzle as Special Projects Commissioner and the appointment of Sasha Valdez for fall and winter quarter for the Trans and Queer Commission. Is there a second, Senator Ona?
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Lucan.
Yeah, in the future, if these are sent in by the time that the agenda is ready, I think it would be fine to put in a section under appointments, say retroactive appointments, and then just include them all so we can bundle and approve all appointments and resignations and retroactive appointments, resignations or something like that.
Senator Jones.
Yeah, I thought he's gonna call, I call the question.
Question is called. Is there any objections to the question? Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Jones.
Motion to reflect Lisa as our international engagement coordinator. Who's our? Oh my God. I rescind my motion, I remake it. Motion to reflect Lisa Lian as international engagement coordinator being approved retroactively under Trans Queer Commission.
There's been a motion to reflect Liz Lang as international engagement coordinator. Can't see it. Being approved retroactively under TQCOM. Senator Wong. Motion has been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Wong. Has been called. Is there any objections to the call question? Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Zhang.
Motion to amend agenda and appointment of Adami Mehta as finance officer of special projects.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the appointment of Admi Mehta as finance office of special projects. Is there a second? Senator Wong.
Second.
Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion. Senator Wong.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Seeing none. Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Zhang.
Motion to bundle approve all remaining appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and appointments and resignations. Is there a second, Senator Molly's? The motion's been moved and seconded in discussion. Senator,
Call question.
question's been called. Is there any objections to call the question? Seeing none, motion passes. We now move into acceptance of the agenda. Consent. We're now on item there consent?
Consent.
Is there a motion, President Serrano?
Wait, don't we
Motion to
have
accept the agenda as amended.
It's been a motion to accept
the agenda?
the agenda as amended. Is there a second? Jenna Wong. Motion's been moved and second. We're now in discussion centrally. Question has been called. Is there any objections to the call?
Done.
Is there any objections or consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We now move into item O, adjournment. We already, approved. Yep.
Oh.
Yes. Hi, John.
Motion to adjourn at 11:04.
There's been a motion to adjourn at 11:04. Is there a second? Senator Honor.
Second.
Motion accepted. And adjourned. Good evening, everyone. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Holly.